Welcome to the Foxhole, I think. So, you should be able to hear all of us. Should. Oh, you know what I just realized? Not just that, but the we didn't add the Discord chat to the scene. I don't think they can hear you. Unless, hang on. Yeah. Yeah, let me add it. Yeah, exactly. I just gotta. It's oh god, it's is it it's not application audio. It's audio. It is okay. Okay, add existing. Discord. There we go. There we go. Okay, now they should be able to hear you. There we go.
Hi, chat. Howdy.
So the cogs isn't gonna work because it's not my mix it up. So it's actually Rosa's mix it up should work. So you should be able to make her do stuff still. Because I am currently sitting at Rosa's streaming station, and Rosa is sitting at Patho's streaming station. That hasn't been turned on in like a week. Because she has Yob. Yeah, that's why we were having some tech issues. It took us a little bit to get started because we had to get a lot of stuff figured out, and we still didn't even get everything figured out because the start and end screens we forgot to import. So that's why you saw Rose's start screen at the beginning of the show instead of my normal, ship at dock whatever thing. So kind of person turns off their PC. Well, Pathos PC is in their bedroom, and it's loud, so kind of hard to sleep with it. I guess is the issue. So yeah, let us know if you can't hear anything. I don't think that. Oh man, we didn't get the BGM back in here too. I can add that though. Let me get the BGM in here. I can do that. That's just going to be a media source. And let's do this. Foxhole BGM. And then browse. And then I literally brought everything. Absolutely everything. And also the why am I tapping my watch? What's going on there? Why is it doing that? Where's the studio? I need to turn that toggle off. That's that's bothering me. I'm like pointing at my watch at all times right now. Like what the heck? Let me turn that off. I think it's one of my last ones. There's here. No. Wait, maybe is that it? That might be it. This?
Hello.
No, that wasn't it.
I'm back. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Yeah, as you can see, chat, we still have some stuff to get through. We basically got it functional. we were already a half an hour late, so we're like, we've got to get going.
Yeah.
So
what are you trying to do right now?
Trying to get rid of I'm like looking at my watch or looking at the clock.
Oh.
And it says number 5. What if is numlock even on? No, I don't know how to. I don't know. I might be pointing at my clock the whole time tonight, chat.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. Yeah, exactly.
So you'll be the man of many faces tonight. Let's get to fucking yapping because we're already 45 minutes late. We have limited time today.
Yeah. Okay, well, with that, how was your week? I guess.
My week was good. One of my best friends in the whole world came to visit for 4th of July.
Oh, that's cool.
We watched, yeah. We watched fireworks together, and we watched a movie together. It was great.
We got more movies to watch, but
we sure do tonight.
Chat, this is the most redneck fucking 4th of July I had ever been to. It was just like. It's out in the middle of nowhere, like Farmville, USA, and like they got they're they're shooting on their own property, which is like my dad's wet dream that he never got to do. And the fireworks are great, and it's just the yeehaws, and it was wonderful. It was great. I've only ever had 4th of July's like in the city, or like in the suburbs. Not like that, but it was a really fun time. So
yeah, it was great. We almost died twice.
Yeah, 2 times. Like the mortar fell over 2 times during the night. They bought like what was it, like $500-$600 worth of fireworks, something like that.
$500, yeah.
Yeah, and twice the mortar fell over and was like firing fireworks like randomly in all different directions. At one point, it fired directly at us. It went. I think the closest one, the one that went right over the pool, because there was 2 people. There was 2 people up on the deck of the pool, and it went like right next to them. I'm talking like 4 or 5 feet away from them, and then it flew over the pool and exploded on the other side of the pool. They have it was like an elevated pool, chat. So it's like a little, circular elevated pool. And yeah, that was fun. But what's a fireworks celebration without a little danger?
Yeah.
Does it sound like it's the Second World War? No, ours did, because again, we were out in Farmville, USA, right?
Yeah. So it was just us. Like the next nearest person doing fireworks was too far out for us to see or even hear.
Yeah. But you and I have, so you grew up in like an old Hispanic neighborhood in Miami. Yeah. I had spent, before I moved to Florida, I spent 12 years in a Hispanic ghetto in Denver. So we have very similar 4th of July experiences. But I'll let you talk about that.
So normally 4th of July starts somewhere around 10 at night, and then from 10 to like 2 in the morning is just constant fireworks, and then it starts to die down at about 2. And that's basically like what I grew up with, was just constant fireworks. At least up until like the more recent years, like I was telling Helmsman, like somewhere around Obamacare, like around when that started, was when festivities started dying down because people couldn't afford to be festive. But yeah, that's like that's like what I grew up with, was just like the constant fireworks the entirety of 4th of July. And you could see them in every direction, like in the city, and like off in the distance.
Yeah. Because I asked, because like Angel asked, like, is it like the Second World War? And it's just like, yes, it sounds like you're in a war zone, like, because it's just, and it looks like you're in a war zone too, because you just see like light flashes in all directions.
Some people also do just fire their guns into the air.
This is true. And you can tell too, because a gunshot do
not sound like fireworks.
They do not sound like, they are both indeed bangs, but they are very distinct bangs. And we could always tell, like, just sitting there watching the fireworks, you're like, oh, someone just fired their 9mm up into the air.
Fun fact, chat, fireworks are not supersonic.
Right? Yeah, exactly. This is true.
There is no crack.
No, and if you've ever, like, it, that's the thing, like, you people who aren't around firearms all the time or know about them, notice a difference in the sound. Like, that one was different. What was that? What kind of, they'll say, like, what kind of firework was that? But, because they don't know.
Yeah, they don't know.
But they still recognize the difference.
When we got there, they were shooting guns off into the distance, though. Like, into the woods.
Yeah, I remember that. And there was, I do remember that. Yep. And that was, I actually called my dad, because we forgot stuff. So we, like, added, like, an hour and a half drive, because we had to, like, make 2 trips instead of 1. And I called my dad to just tell him, just to make him jealous, basically. Oh, come on. Okay. Man. Okay, this one isn't going to work. it's a paywall, and you don't have the same script blocker that I do, so can't use that one. There we go. We can use that one. I'm bringing up all the articles in the background while Rosa chats away. Chat. That's what's happening right now. And the thing is, like, I'm using her computer, so she has all these different. Everything's different from mine, and I have all kinds of different add-ons that she doesn't have. And I have an add-on called NoScript. NoScript basically, like, it basically stops all subscripts on all sites from happening, and you have to, like, approve them one at a time, essentially. So it's like a really highly customizable blocker that does. It's not just an ad blocker; it's block whatever the hell you want. And a lot of the way that, like, the paywall structures are structured on, like, news sites, is that if you can, they'll operate. They'll go through, like, a WebSocket essentially to, like, another site that's operating it, and this script will block that, so you get access to, and then you get so you'll see the text. The site won't fully load, but you'll see the text of the article without having to go through the paywall. So you get a lot of articles that way. Let me see here. And then, but yeah, we've been hanging out. It's been busy. I think tomorrow is gonna be like the one day where we're not gonna be like super busy.
Yeah, it's gonna be a chill day. We're just gonna like, I mean, we're gonna be doing like a working stream, right? Or like,
yeah, exactly. I mean, I'll pop in for a bit. I'll hang out, but that's pretty much it. So it's gonna be a lot more chill tomorrow. Which is going to be very welcome, because yesterday and today is going to be busy. Because right after this chat, we have like the Manor is hosting like a something. I don't even know what is it. A house party.
It is a so basically it is a party for one of Patho's work friends who is no longer going to be with us. Not mean they're gonna die. I mean, like, they're gonna not work there anymore.
Was like a going away party.
Yeah. It's a going away party for one of Patho's coworkers. We were going to do it at like a local bar, but they're closed today.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're like, fuck it, let's just do it here. Because the last time that we had like a party, we went to a local bar, and after the bar we came here, and we all had a blast. So, and I think it helps that I have a good collection of liquor.
Yeah, that probably helps.
From my alcoholic days. Yeah. She was like telling them like all like the stuff that we have, and they were like, "What the fuck? Like, why do you have all this liquor?" It's like, well, my husband used to be an alcoholic. And he brought it all. He brought it all with him from Miami.
So. Oh, leftovers.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, yeah, my stream. Yeah, and that. I mean, Rose's week has been my week, obviously. I drove down here. It's about an 8-ish hour drive, depending on how many stops I had to make. But I drove through, when I was coming up here, I drove through a wall of water. Like, right when I got across the state line into Alabama, I hit like a squall of just downpour. And it was like, everybody like slows down to like 20 miles per hour. And everybody's just kind of crawling. Because it gets to a point where like, you just cannot see more than like 100 feet in front of you. You just slow way the hell down. And it was like that for like, I don't know, 15 minutes, roughly. I think it was about 15 minutes. And then it stopped. It's like, okay, back to normal.
Literal Cuban alcoholic husband stereotype. I am reformed!
Yeah.
I'm no longer a drinkist. I had one beer last night, chat. I had one beer.
Yeah,
that's all I had. It wasn't like a proper beer. It was like a fruity, like Jack Daniels, alcoholic limeade type thing.
When I saw it, I actually thought at first that it was a Mike's Hard Lemonade. That's what I thought it was at first.
Yeah. It was the Jack Daniels alternative to Mike's Hard Lemonade.
It was so funny too. Like the kids at the barbecue are so adorable. Like they saw Rosa drinking, and they like confronted her about it. Remember that?
Yeah.
It was so cute.
That was Patho's little sister. She came over and she was like, you're not planning to drive tonight, are you? And I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
She's like, huh.
Yeah.
And I was like, what's wrong? She was like, look. And she pointed at the beer, and I was like, because I'm having one beer.
Yeah. Oh man.
But yeah, it was very, very, very adorable. The guy that was like by the coolers. So like when I came over to like see, like I immediately opened like the like beer cooler, and he was like, "Do you want alcoholic or non-alcoholic?" And I was like, "Depends. I don't know yet. What are the non-alcoholic options?" And he showed me, and there was like a single can of Sprite in there, and I was like, I'll take a Sprite." And then I went over and I picked the Sprite, and he was like, "That's Sprite with tea," and the can says Sprite plus tea on the front, and I was like, "Oh, never mind. I'll take alcohol."
Yeah, I saw that too because I was gonna
I
have.
just grabbed a beer.
I was gonna have Sprite. I ended up having like a regular Coke, which I haven't had in a long time. And it wasn't great, but it was passable. It was, but yeah, I saw that Sprite plus tea as well, and I was like, ugh.
Red lemonade.
Like I'm fine with Sprite, I'm fine with tea, but put them together, I'm just like, no, don't do that. That's bad. And then and then early in the week before I started driving, I finished 2 games in the last week, actually. Like, I finished both Red Dead Redemption 2 and the Yakuza game. So it's, like, not even, like, small games. I finished 2 games that I think it was stream number 14 for Yakuza, and for Red Dead Redemption, it was number 29. Like, I've been streaming this thing for, like pretty much since the beginning of the year, and I've streamed, like, well over 100 hours of that game. So that was like, holy crap, we finished Red Dead Redemption 2. That was major. And now we're not. Yeah, so on the Friday after I get back, I drive back on Monday, chat. I drive back on Monday. And then the following Friday I'm gonna start up. My goal is to basically do everything except find the last grave or two, essentially. And that way I'm gonna boot up Red Dead 2 and then find those last 2 graves, and that'll trigger the 100% special, like 100% completion cutscene, where like John like kind of ties the knot, puts the bow on on his relationship with Arthur, and kind of gives its like final farewell to Arthur, essentially. And that's like the end, and then I'm gonna boot up Red Dead 1, and then we're off.
Oh, dude, yeah, that's like the best way to play it too. It's like to do the second game first, and then to go back and play Red Dead 1.
Yeah, because it's chronological that way. Yeah,
yeah,
mm-hmm.
It is. So, I never even thought about that, but like, yeah, that'd be the right way to do it.
Exactly, that's the idea. Yeah, that was
and there's
cool.
Like a remaster of the first one now, isn't there?
Yes, there is. I have to buy it. Actually, I still need to buy it. I'm going to buy it after I get back. But yes, there is.
I heard it actually runs well.
Yeah, I watched a few people stream it actually, and I was like, wow, this looks good and clean. Like they did a good job with it. It's like good to see that happen, because it doesn't happen typically. Usually, everything's a shit show. So
yeah, that
was very good to see.
The things I finished this week are the Fighters Guild quest in Oblivion, and I also finished reading the first book of Moses.
Yeah, you finished Genesis. Yeah,
I finished in Genesis, literally like an hour ago.
Yeah, which is like the longest book of the Bible, I think, or one of the longest. I'm gonna actually look it up really quick. I think it is. Okay, so Jeremiah. Okay, so Genesis is the second longest. Genesis is 32,000 words. Jeremiah is number 1, and it's 33,000 words.
It's an extra 1,000. Okay.
Yeah, it's an extra 1,000, and then after that, it's Psalms, Ezekiel, Exodus. There's a reason that the Old Testament is a lot fatter than the New Testament. Because
I noticed. I Peyton pointed that out, and I looked at it, and I was like, oh yeah, the Old Testament is the first 800 pages, and the New Testament is only the last 200.
Yeah, exactly. The New Testament is much shorter than the Old Testament.
It's like a quarter of the length.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the New Testament is like, I mean, from like the New Testament was what makes the Bible, you know. So,
I'm going to be reading the Torah for a while, and
basically, yeah, you're going to be reading the Torah for a while, and then at the very end, you'll read the Bible for a couple weeks.
Yeah, I'll read the Torah, and then by the end of it, maybe just maybe, I'll have forgiven the Jews. Maybe. Right now, the goat is my boy Abimelech.
Yeah, you were telling me about him last night.
Absolute G. I aspire to be like him, except maybe a little bit less cocked.
That's fine.
You won't know.
Hang on, chat. I just realized that there's no presentation asset, so I got to make that real quick.
There's no what?
Presentation asset,
Whoa.
like to share the actual news articles to the stream.
Oh.
Yeah, let me hide that real quick. It's easy. I got it. We're good. I just gotta grab. But yeah, I think other than that, we're ready to get into the news, pretty much.
Yep.
Unless you have anything else. Okay, let me get. I don't know why. Is this the right thing? Do I want to? Oh, I think I did a window. It's a window capture, I think is what I did. Is it display capture? Oh man, it's no, there it is, window capture. Okay, cool. Let me make this real quick so that they can actually follow these news articles along with it. We got some good ones tonight, chat. We really do. Okay. That. Oh god. That off. Oop. And then I want to do this. I want to switch. I want. Okay. And then let me share it with you on the Discord so you can actually see what you can actually follow along with me on your end. This one. There you go. All right. I think we're off to the races. Starting with one of the most frustrating things I've seen happen in a while.
Sean Combs acquitted on top charges, but awaits sentencing for transporting prostitutes. A judge ordered the hip-hop producer detained until his sentencing, citing his history of domestic violence. He was found not guilty of sex trafficking and racketeering because transporting prostitutes is not sex trafficking.
That was my very first question. I was like, what in the fuck is the difference? Like, because the way I interpret like transporting women, that just sounds that sounds like a pimp like driving his hose around. You know what I mean? That's what that sounds like to me.
Yeah.
So what's the difference between that and trafficking? I don't know.
I don't know. The willingness, I guess? Who knows?
I don't know. The whole thing frustrates the hell out of me, though. I'm going to move this over here. I'm used to using 3 windows.
Sean Combs, a hip-hop mogul who crafted a business empire around his personal brand, was convicted on Wednesday.
Sorry. Oh, no.
Of transporting...
No. What? Return to live coverage. Let's show more.
What?
Oh, I don't have full access here. God dang it. This is frustrating. I had full access. I know, but it's like it's not the whole article, though.
I mean, do we really need any more than this? When prostitutes participate in his drug-fueled sex marathons, but acquitted of racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking. The most serious charges against him. Though Mr. Combs, 55, still faces potential sentence of as much as 20 years in prison, he and his lawyers were jubilant after the acquittals of the more severe charges in an indictment that accused the famed producer of coercing women into unwanted sex with male prostitutes, aided by a team of plant employees. Didn't one of his girlfriends literally give a detailed description of how he forced her to have sex with a male prostitute?
Yeah, while he watched.
Yeah, and in front of him, he forced her to cuck him, and didn't the male prostitute himself also admit that happened?
Yeah, and that he was paid to do
didn't
it.
He also testify that So
yeah, apparently none of that matters. I don't.
All of the people involved admitted to it. So hello?
And then a jury was like, nope. I swear, isn't there a thing isn't jury annulment a thing where the judge can be like, this is such a clear-cut case that I'm basically going to tell the jury how they need to...
Dude, I'm not a big fan of the jury judging bullshit. I think it's ridiculous. Also, here's the thing. If there is even a single fucking black person in that jury, that person should not be there. Just because black people have a tendency to just cover for each other no matter what.
Yeah, Indians do the same thing.
We saw this with fucking Boondocks made a joke about it. How this exact same thing happened with what's his face?
Oh, this is the Johnny Cochran.
I also say the guy that peed on people. I forgot his name. R. Kelly.
Oh, R. Kelly. Yeah.
Where everyone liked R. Kelly so much and liked his music so much, they were like, "Oh, so what if he peed on a minor?" But it's fine. It's fine. All right. Let my homie free. All right. His music is too good.
Oh my god. Okay, I guess there isn't something like that.
Phenomenon.
There isn't a jury annulment thing.
Phenomenon. And I think they did the same thing with O.J. Simpson. Yeah,
who then ended up committing a bunch of other crimes after, remember, O.J., he got acquitted, and then he gets, disappeared. And then, years and years and years later, he came back, because he stole a bunch of shit out of a Las Vegas casino or some shit. I can't remember the details of the trial. I think he was, doing, drug dealing and stealing shit in Las Vegas. I can't remember what it was, and it's God, why is this guy still around?
It's just I do not believe that he should be judged by a jury that contains even a single black person, because they're obviously biased just by nature of race. They entirely see it as a tribalism thing, and anyone who is of their color is part of their tribe regardless, and they don't care. They don't actually care. So I do believe that that person is inherently biased and should be treated as such and should not be allowed to participate in a jury.
Well, the thing is that each side is only allowed to eliminate or replace a certain number of jurors. They have a limit. They can't just keep going and going and going and going and going. And the jury pool is selected at random. So there's a lot of art and strategy that goes into jury selection by the lawyers and stuff like that. And it's yeah, I'm because that's the thing, the juries, the jury system really came through for Kyle Rittenhouse. You know what I mean? Where they acquitted that kid of all charges. So it's they can get it wrong, or they can get it right too, though. So it's I don't.
Those are the only two options, though. It's wrong or right. Those are the only two options. They can't get it in the middle.
Yeah.
And it's the thing, it's if they're getting it wrong, this often, on such a high, on such high profile cases, on such obvious cases, then I'm sorry, but the system doesn't fucking work, even if it is right, sometimes.
Yeah, it does seem to be wrong more often than right. It does.
A jury has to protect the defendant from a single externally motivated. Here's the thing, even again, I hate how incredibly unclear cut our laws are. Where it's just hey, here's all the proof of all the things that he did wrong, and the jury can say, yes, but despite the proof, I forgive him. It's that's not the fucking law, though. You're just pushing what you feel, not what the law says. We should have clear-cut rules on how the laws work, and it should be as simple as that. Right? Here's what he did wrong. Here's the proof they did it. Okay, send him to jail. That's it. We have this much time. That is how much you serve for this. There's no ins and outs. There's no like bias for the jury or for the fucking judge. None of that bullshit. It should just be as simple as, hey, we found you guilty of these things. You're gone, and that's it. Right? Like that. Like you're facing this much jail time. You're facing this fine. You're facing blah 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 blah. Right? And it should really just be really cut and dry. Right? And it should be the same punishment for all people that do the same crime. And we should just have set prices on those crimes rather than having like brackets of like, oh, it can be between this and this. Oh, we'll give him the highest, number of years for this crime. It's like there should just be one set number of years for that crime, no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, well, they let like plea deals influence because sentencing is a whole different thing. Like there's the guilty, not guilty, and then whatever lands on guilty, then there's a separate sentencing hearing, right? And that's what determines like how long. And they always say like, and there are just factors that go into it. But
I think all that's ridiculous. I think the ability to plea is ridiculous. I think the ability to bail is ridiculous.
The plea deal thing I can't stand the plea deal thing. Like,
I can't stand any of it.
Like I understand like the strategy of it, but I think it's really disgusting. The whole plea deal thing.
Yeah.
My whole thing with juries, like, why not just do like a panel of judges, instead of a bunch of retards off the street, because it's always like if the jury lands on the side that you don't want it to land, then the jury is a bunch of corrupt retards, and if they land on the side that you agree with, then it's like, oh, the jury did an amazing job. They should deserve praise, and oh, what a tough job it is. That's always the public perception in every jury, like highly public jury trial.
Panel of judges like the Supreme Court says
Well, yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to be like at that level, but that would kind of be like similar to a jury system, but it's not like pulling just randos off the street. It's actual judges who know the law and stuff like that, and they can, like they do in the Supreme Court, kind of try to keep themselves in check, Like, so if you get, so that way you also get, remove the one random rogue judge, being a cunt. You know what I mean? I don't know. There's no perfect answer here. I just figure, just be God's secretary and just send them all into his office.
Yeah. I think the perfect answer is to just get rid of judges altogether and just have someone who simply states the law and then assesses whether or not the facts match what the law says. And then it goes off of the law, based what is the punishment for this and this and that. It should be really, really cut and dry, and I hate that there's so much like back and forth yapping and emotion to it. It should be as simple as... I hate the whole argument system of like, if you get a good lawyer and he argues a certain way and convince people. There should be no convincing, there should be no arguing. It should be as simple as, okay, what is the proof that this person did this crime? Okay, that's the proof. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty convincing. That is, it's pretty clear that he did this crime. All right, let's give him the punishment for this crime. And it should be that simple. That should literally just be it. There shouldn't be a whole process to be like, oh, yes, and then now I will have you talk to all these people who will try to convince you of my way, and I'll have you talk to all these people who try to convince you to my way, and I'll have this professional arguer to show up and argue on my behalf, and then, and then I'll show you the evidence. But despite the evidence clearly showing that my client did this thing wrong, I, as a professional arguer, will now convince you that what your eyes see is wrong.
Yeah.
And it's so fucking stupid, and it's so, like, bureaucratic.
I was actually going to bring that up.
Fucking ridiculous.
Electric. I was actually going to bring that up. The idea of letting the justice system basically be taken over by AI.
I could agree with that, actually.
I feel like, because it's the thing, like, the AI is going to have its biases as well, but I feel like the AI would have less bias than, like, a radical judge,
So it depends on who made the AI, but if we have to find some sort of, again, this is why it always
comes down to...
AIs.
A bunch of panel of AIs arguing with each other over whether or not something's guilty or innocent. Just have a bunch of death robots just arguing.
You have to find someone who is actually trustworthy to fucking not be a corrupt fucking asshole. right?
Yeah.
And have him basically develop an AI and be like, okay, here's the law of the land, and I'm going to make you judge, every single man, woman, or child that comes into this court based off of the law of the land.
Yeah.
And just see what just let the AI do its fucking like what it's gonna do.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. Like Glares brings up the point. It's like lawyers would just would just compete who can throw the more point scoring buzzwords at the AI, essentially, to give it, because that's how the AI would eventually do it. It would basically fall back to some kind of like a point system. Very heavily gamifying the system, which is already gamified in a lot of ways. But I don't know. Like, again, there's no perfect solution to this, because like you're asking for like unbiased, et cetera, et cetera. It's like everything is always going to have bias at all times to some degree. And there's no perfect system. There's no perfect system, and that's what's so damn frustrating about it. Have you seen 3 different AIs debate religion? It's fucking great. I kind of want to see that, actually. But like, yeah, like let's stick Chat GPT and Grok and whatever that super hilariously like progressive racist. Was it Gemini? Was that what it's called? The Google one, where they were like diversifying the Nazi regime and stuff like that. What people are saying, like, show me a picture of a Nazi, and they'll show like this like South African black dude in a Nazi uniform.
That is funny.
4D, because diversity. But it's like, yeah,
Gemini is banned in Germany. That's funny.
Oh my god, is it really? Oh my god, that is amazing. That is so funny, actually. How ironic. But yeah, we can continue reading here. After a long day in court, Sean Combs' legal team celebrated what it saw as a victory. I mean, yeah, it's obviously a victory. At a news conference that lasted less than 15 minutes, his lawyers both praised and criticized the news media covering the case and framed the trial as a kind of civics lesson. One thing stands between all of us and the prison, and that is a jury, said lawyer. The scene outside the courthouse has been a circus of onlookers, journalists, and podcasters.
No, actually, what stands between me and prison is the fact that I don't commit fucking crimes, you fucking retard.
Yeah, pretty much. And a jury is a jury of highly corruptible, flawed human beings. The scene outside the courthouse has been a curious a circus of onlookers, journalists, and podcasters. Shouts of baby oil abound. Yeah, you see that video of a bunch of like ratchet ass black people, P. Diddy fans celebrating the win by like twerking in the street and pouring baby oil.
Dude, it's literally exactly what fucking happened with R. Kelly.
Yeah, it's R. Kelly. It is.
My desire to say the N-word. Gross.
You know what's funny, chat, is that Rosa is like in the room next to mine. So like I hear it in my ear, but it's like echoing because I can hear it like with my actual ears as well. Hi, Lord Peace. But yeah, this is just really frustrating because here's the thing, like that whole like transporting or whatever charges, that's like nothing. That's nothing.
Nuclear. Thanks for the end tower, Angel.
God. So yeah, this all happened. We are not nearly done fighting, Mark and Philo said to cheers for the crowd. We're not going to stop until he walks out of prison a free man to his family.
Hold on. Rosa, mute yourself and scream the N-word so loud that we can pick it up through Helmsman's microphone. Let me try it.
Did you hear that, chat? I heard it. No.
I heard it.
Oh, I know you heard it. The next door neighbor might have heard it.
We don't have a next door neighbor.
Oh, that's right, you don't. Your house is, it's weird. Their house is just like on the main drive. and it's like a little kind of it's not really a corner lot, but it's like surrounded by businesses, not other houses. Like it's not in a neighborhood. Um, Technically, there
Well,
are
there's neighborhood down the street.
other people who were in the parties, but they couldn't say the names for some reason. Okay, that's okay. Yeah, I mean, God. Let's see. The defense is both praising and damning the media. Tenny Garago said the media got it wrong, but another lawyer, Brian Steele, looked at the reporters in front of the courthouse and said, "I want to thank you all for being here and writing truthfully." John Combs has not sexually assaulted anybody. I've been saying that for months. Tenny Garago said the media got it wrong. And Anna Estevao, another lawyer on Mr. Combs' team, nodded emphatically.
Man, bro's getting away with murder and with this. That's crazy.
John Combs'
Imagine being Puff Daddy.
God. John Combs' 3 teenage daughters and his mother were holding hands as they walked past a set of press barricades and into a van down by the river. Yeah, they're just leaving the courthouse. Let's see, what did he say? He said, "We'll make it through this," Mr. Combs said, beaming. "Love you all." Have been shaking their heads in moments later. Some of them had been shaking their heads in disappointment at the reunion would be delayed. "Stay in the light. I'll see you all when I get out," Mr. Combs said, and blew them a kiss. Yeah, because he's still technically like has to go to jail because he hasn't had his sentencing yet. So, and I actually have a feeling that he'll do less than a year, if any jail time at all.
I also have this feeling.
Which is like, God. So, let's see. Sean Combs had entered his bail hearing in an upbeat mood. He smiled at his family sitting in the gallery. Blue kisses. Love, 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 love. Oh, he said, and continue to listen. "Today was a great day. Mark ain't gonna feel it." Yeah, so they're just all happy about this, and everybody else is like, "Fuck this world." So yeah, that's it. I mean, we'll know what the sentencing is, in very short order at this point. I feel like in less than a week, I'd imagine. And that'll be it.
So fucking ridiculous, dude.
Yeah.
This is the sort of shit that makes me want to just like go full anarchy and just abandon society and be like, fuck this. I'm done. I hate everyone here. It's all fucking retarded. This is a fucking clown show of fucking government that we live in. And the fucking the justice system is a joke. It is a joke.
Yeah. Yeah.
From top to bottom, it is a fucking joke.
Yeah, this really damages confidence in the system. And it's already fucking low because of so many failures over the last, few years. The whole thing is just bad. So, yeah, all right. Well, all the major stuff he got acquitted on, and the 2 things he'll probably get a slap with the wrist on, and he'll be back to doing his freakouts by next week, I bet. I'm sure his girlfriend is happy. The problem is a lot of evidence was evolving around the other famous people because blocking names, it destroys the evidence. Yeah. Yeah. My whole thing is like, they should be able to disclose first the thing, you shouldn't have to publicize the entire trial. That's one thing. So when it like, you can do disclosures like that, in chamber, essentially. They do that all the time, where they basically take the judge goes with the lawyers into the judge's chamber.
Here's the thing.
And they do it there outside of the public eye,
all evidence should be considered. Simple as. And if it has to be publicized for it to be considered, then it should be publicized because every bit of evidence should come forth.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea of hiding evidence in the name of I don't know, fucking, anonymity for blah, 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 right? All that does is just weaken our justice system because it means that we're not allowed to look at all the details when we judge someone. And it's fucking stupid. It is stupid. Because we know that we're not getting a true judgment. Everyone knows it. And it's just so fucking dumb. The way that, like, our laws work like a game. It's not genuine. It's not proper. There's no, like, we don't actually care for the truth. We just care for who wins the game. That's all that actually fucking matters. It's so fucking stupid. Pisses me off.
Yeah.
To no end.
And then you add the money aspect into it, and it gets even worse, you know? I mean,
it's so ridiculous. You can be like, oh yeah, you know, you're going to jail until you pay this amount. It's like, well, what the fuck is the point of having justice then if you just pay your way out of it? Just give me a fucking fine at that point. Call it what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Call it a fucking fine.
Yeah, exactly. They would say like the what is it? Like fines are basically punishments for poor people because rich people can just pay the fine and just keep doing the crime, essentially, you know? So basically, it's laws for, like, laws that are only, like, finable are basically laws that only apply to poor people, essentially.
Yeah.
That's what it is. You have, like, the money aspect. I mean, look at the... Have you followed, like, the Carmelo Anthony case at all? Like, what's going on there? So... Do you remember that one? The
crowdfunded fucking money for his fucking case. Fucking like more than $500,000 he fucking crowdfunded.
Yeah.
Right? Crowdfunded like $800,000 fucking dollars, right? For his fucking case. And then when it came time for his fucking case, he was deemed to not have the money to pay for his own fucking legal fees. Like how? How the fuck did this happen? How? Explain that shit to me. Explain that shit to me in like how the fuck do you look at that and then go, oh well, we gotta give him special care because he can't afford it. You're like, all the proof is on the fucking line. It's all there. It's all visible. We can see all of it. We can see how much fucking money was given to him.
Do you want to know what the story there is though? Is that the GoFundMe was actually for his parents and not for him specifically. So technically the money was his parents and not him. And his parents went out and bought like a new mansion and new cars and that kind of shit with it. Blew it all essentially on luxury, you know, things. And now Carmelo, the kid himself, who never saw a dime of that money, is broke and begging for more. And now he has like a public defender assigned to him or whatever.
Hold on. Here's the thing though. Carmelo is 17.
Mm-hmm.
Carmelo is not an adult, and therefore he is the property and responsibility of his parents. And therefore his parents are the ones who should be checked to see if they can afford his trial and his legal fees.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not him that needs to be deemed as unable to pay for blah, blah, blah. It is his parents. And with the clear, you know, I think his parents should be fucking tried for fucking scamming.
Charity fraud. It's charity fraud.
Money. Yeah, it's charity fraud.
It's straight up charity fraud, or that line of it, because it's like, yes, technically, they can't afford it. It's like, well, why? Because they committed charity fraud. You know, yeah. Like, do you think Shiloh, that woman who was like calling that kid the N-word at the playground because she was stealing? Do you think that she blew the money on mansions and cars? No, like.
There's a reason we don't hear about her anymore.
Exactly.
She used the money and she fucking disappeared and found herself a new life so she can get the fuck away from all this bullshit.
Yep.
Exactly what the money was meant for.
Yeah, so she could literally like start again on like the other side of the country. Like, here's enough money to buy a house and a car and move to a completely different area so that you're not, you won't be harassed by these racists online and in the real world and such. So yeah, the funny thing about Carmelo Anthony is that the judge that is assigned to his case is like this super hard ass. Like it's actually not looking good for him, but it wasn't looking good for P. Diddy either. So who the fuck knows?
Who fucking knows?
Exactly.
Black people can get away with anything in this country.
It's so infuriating, dude. It's so infuriating, but. They're just going over the same statements over and over again at this point. So, all right. Want to move on? I'm sick and tired of this. This is just a gross topic that I'm sick of talking about. Man who drank up to 3 liters of Coca-Cola every day has to have 35 stones removed from his bladder. Jesus
Holy
Christ,
fuck.
the ads on this site. Holy fuck, dude.
0 sugar, full flavor. Drink Welks. They won't give you kidney stones.
Well, the thing is, it's like the best way, because like the most common kidney stones are like calcification stones. And it's actually a really good deterrent is to drink and consume citrusy things. Citrusy things or like sour things. Because sour is
because they're acidic.
Like, sour is made with citric acid. That effect. And citrusy things break down calcified stones and stuff. So, yeah. But anyway, a doctor has warned of the dangers of drinking too many fizzy drinks after he was forced to remove 30. Why was he forced to remove? What? That's okay. Weird phrasing. 35 stones from the bladder of a man who had a habit of drinking 3 liters of Coca-Cola every day.
He's a doctor. It was his Hippocratic oath to remove them. He had to
Oh, that's true. Okay. Fair enough. In an Instagram video that so far attracted more than 8.5 million views, Brazil-based neurologist Dr. Thales Andrade said excessive consumption of sugary fizzy drinks can cause kidney stones.
Thales Andrade. Andrade.
Andrade. Sorry.
That was close enough. You sneezed, I was like, that's close.
That's close. Speaking in Portuguese, he showed viewers a dish of several large yellow stones that he had removed as the patient lay on the table following the procedure. Kidney stones are calcium deposits that build in the urinary tract and move to the bladder to be urinated out, causing sharp pain, nausea, vomiting, pinching. I've heard that this, like kidney and gallstones and stuff like that, is the closest that men can get to the experience of childbirth, pain-wise. That's what I've heard. Like, this hurts more than getting, like, a nice hard kick in the nuts. Like, that's what I've heard, is, like, this, like, there's nothing that comes close. Like, the only thing that comes close to childbirth is having to pass a stone, essentially. If left untreated, they can migrate to the bladder and lead to life-threatening complications like kidney failure or sepsis when the body attacks its own tissues and organs. The caption below the video explained how the stones developed. Drinking too much Coca-Cola. I like how they, like, named the brand. Like, you don't know exactly what he was drinking. You know, he was drinking, fizzy drinks, which contains high amounts of sugar, can increase the amount of calcium in the body.
They're like, yeah, I drink... Because it does specify that he drank 3 liters of Coca-Cola a day. Something like that, right? It's the very top.
It is, yeah, okay, yeah. He does specify that specific product. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Raising the risk of stones forming. So there's all the stones. Ugh. And the thing is what happens is, like, as these are, like, forced down your urinary tract, they basically, like, shred the lining of your urinary tract on the way down. So, like, it not only is it, like, causing severe pressure distress, but it's also, like, literally bleeding your urinary tract because it's, like, cutting it up as it goes down. It's a very fucking bad time.
I don't want to talk about this! It's gross!
Carbonated beverages are filled with chemicals like phosphoric acid, which creates an acidic environment in the kidneys that is further encouraging of the formation of hard stone-like lumps. Maintaining adequate hydration and avoiding excessive consumption of soda are essentially measures for prevention. Starting to feel like this article is an ad. According to the National Kidney Foundation, the larger the stone, the more noticeable the symptoms. The severe pain on either side of the lower back is a common complaint. These periods of intense pain may last for minutes or hours. Blood in the urine, a urinary tract infection, and feeling sick or vomiting are also other common warning signs of the ailment. Blah, 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 blah. So yeah, gross.
You know what's crazy? People will read this article and continue to drink Coca-Cola, but people will watch fucking Reynaldo set aside Coke for water and stop drinking Coca-Cola.
Yeah, that's true.
Did you remember, like, when that happened? And Coca-Cola went down, like, some ridiculous percentage. It was like 30% or some shit.
Really?
Pizza rolls?
Yes, please.
Do you want pizza rolls?
Sure, I'll take some pizza rolls.
You should look it up. Reynaldo Coca-Cola. And you'll find like what I'm talking about. REYNALDO. Ronaldo. He's a soccer player, very famous soccer player. He's probably the second most famous soccer player after Messi. Yeah. We just read an article about a guy who, because he drank 3 liters of Coke every day, he had to get 35
There you go.
bladder stones removed.
Wow.
So this was back in 2020.
That's gonna be you one day.
No, that's not. I was saying how no, because I drink acid. I drink citrusy things. But I was saying how people will read this and then still drink Coca-Cola, but they'll watch Ronaldo just set aside a Coke and then get water instead to drink at like some fucking event, and Coca-Cola's market value will drop like $1 bajillion.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what happened here. It says Cristiano Ronaldo's removal of 2 Coca-Cola bottles.
We have to order 2 pizzas.
Okay.
And get some chips.
Okay. We'll
Hey, come in here. Hey, come in here.
Yeah, I know.
You're being cold.
Do you want pizza rolls?
You're being cold.
Yeah.
Elman.
I'll pay for the pizza if that's if you're ordering it.
I'm on my way. Look, Keith.
Wow, I'm proud of you. Good girl. Good girl.
On the mantle of the fireplace.
Yes.
Go get my wallet. I'll pay for the pizzas.
Okay.
0 complaints. Hey, don't bite me. Stupid.
Yeah, those are. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, that's the thing. Your urinary tract is very narrow. It's very narrow.
This is a full wallet.
Yeah. So
Down there.
Oh, let me show you.
basically, it was at.
There's a thing here. You hit that, and it ejects what's in the wallet.
Whoa, that's
That way, it's like low
cool.
profile, but use that.
Okay. Do you want pizza rolls right now, or do you want? We have cup ramen.
Just the pizza rolls.
Okay.
Okay.
Epic.
So yeah, Cristiano Ronaldo snub sees Coca-Cola market value fall by $4 billion. So he removed 2 Coke bottles at a Euro 2020 news conference, and that immediately led to a $4 billion drop in the market value of American drink giant.
Yeah.
Holy
Look
shit!
Look up on YouTube the video. Look up Ronaldo. Also, I definitely said Reynaldo instead of Ronaldo. Look up Ronaldo Coke,
Okay.
and you'll probably find.
Oh, that's the first
There you
search
go.
when you type in Ronaldo.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's like
this moment here. This is the moment. Yeah, this is the exact 46 seconds
Oh, hang
that
on.
cost Coke.
Let me
That
adjust
cost
the window
Coke
so when.
$4 billion.
That's insane, dude. How I always forget because soccer isn't that big of a deal in America, but it is it is like God. Yeah, it is the sport of all sports in the rest of the world. And I always forget that how like influential that sport is. So like you get major soccer stars or like the biggest stars on the planet. Can you hear this,
Yeah,
chat?
so this is the second most famous soccer player outside of Messi. Sets them off camera. And then
Agua.
he says water. Yep, that's water. And that's the exact moment. That moment right
Wow.
there. It was like just a few seconds. Like a 20-second moment. Right?
Yeah, because this dude is like worshipped by literally billions of people on the planet.
Yeah. It cost $4 billion to Coke. So I don't know how much you know about like soccer, but basically this guy and Messi, they play for opposing teams, and they're the 2 greatest teams in the world.
Okay.
Basically, and he's the star of his team, and Messi's the star of his team.
Right. Okay.
So, yeah. So that's basically what the rivalry is here. So basically, him along with Messi are like equivalent as being the 2. Ronaldo was big before Messi even appeared. That's true. Yeah, Ronaldo's always been big. But these are basically like the 2 largest entities of like the soccer world, right?
And
they're both like the key players of each of their teams are the 2 biggest teams in the world, like or the 2 most popular teams in the world.
yeah,
so,
and if it's
yeah,
soccer, then you can just say the
people-
the two biggest sports stars on the planet is what that makes them de facto, essentially.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
Pretty much, yeah. So this is one of the 2 biggest sports stars on Earth. if not the biggest, right? Because
Yeah, if not.
what Grizzlies is true. Messi appeared into the scene later and then just kind of rocked the world.
Right.
But this is like the long running star of soccer.
Okay.
Star of sports across the planet. Right. So it was just like a 20-second no, I don't want to drink Coke. Water. That's all he said. He just said water.
Agua. Yeah. God, dude, that is amazing.
$4 billion down the fucking drain.
God, look at all this, all these
Coca-Cola.
But man, that is amazing to see. That is just. Can you imagine having that kind of power? That is just wild.
I mean, look at what those sponsors are, right? Heineken, like one of the most popular, most not expensive, but like one of the
beer
richest
alcohol brands,
beer brands out there, right? Fucking TikTok, right? Qatar.
That's Airways.
Qatar Airways, right?
Volkswagen, FedEx,
Volkswagen,
Booking.com, but
Alipay, it's like Alibaba.
Oh, okay.
Vivo.
I have no idea what that is. I don't know what this orange one is either.
Me neither. Yeah, I don't know either.
And then there's Hisense. Okay. But anyway, yeah, that's fucking crazy. That's just crazy. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna stick now. We're on this this mass money, losing a fuck ton of money because of one event. Here's something kind of similar. So, more than 300 charged in a $14.6 billion healthcare fraud scheme. This is the largest healthcare fraud stream in all of history. So, state and federal prosecutors have charged more than 320 people in the largest coordinated takedown of healthcare fraud schemes in the Justice Department history that uncovered nearly 15 million in false claims. So, let's see. They start Monday as the largest coordinated takedown of healthcare fraud schemes in Justice Department history. Law enforcement seized more than $245 million in cash, luxury vehicles, cryptocurrency, and other assets as prosecutors warned of a growing push by transnational criminal networks to exploit the U.S. healthcare system. As part of the sweeping crackdown, officials identified perpetrators based in Russia, Eastern Europe, Pakistan, and other countries. Oh, there's got to be... India has to be on that list. There's no way that India is not going to get in on a good scam. These criminals didn't just steal someone else's money, they stole from you. Matthew Galliotti, who leads the Justice Department's criminal division, told reporters on Monday, every fraudulent claim, every fake billing, every kickback scheme represents money taken directly from the pockets of American taxpayers who fund these essential programs through their hard work and sacrifice. Well, they also closed a little bit of a tangent, but they closed some of the healthcare. They restricted healthcare basically in the big beautiful bill that got passed. So there's all those. I'm waiting for the dust to settle on that one, chat, because there's just so much to it that I haven't been able to wrap my head around it yet. And frankly, I've been on vacation, so I've been waiting on that one. Among the cases, I skipped. The alleged $14.6 billion in fraud is more than twice the previous record of the Justice Department's annual healthcare fraud crackdown. It includes nearly 190 federal cases and more than 90 state cases that have been charged or unsealed since June 9th. Nearly 100 licensed medical professionals were charged, including 25 doctors, and the government reported $2.9 billion in actual losses. Among the cases is a $10 billion urinary catheter scheme that authorities say highlights the increasingly sophisticated methods used by transnational criminal organizations. Authorities say that the group behind the scheme used foreign straw owners to secretly buy up dozens of medical supply companies and then used stolen identities and confidential health data to file fake Medicare claims. 19 defendants have been charged as part of that investigation, which authorities dubbed Operation Gold Rush, including 4 people arrested in Estonia and 7 people arrested at U.S. airports and at the border with Mexico, prosecutor said. So this was like a global arrest
that's crazy.
operation. Like, this was a huge fucking coordinated thing. Let's see. The scheme involved the stolen identities and personal information of more than 1 million Americans. Thank you. Yeah. According to the Justice Department. It's not done by small-time operators, so Dr. Mehmet Oz, who leads the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. These are organized syndicates who are designing to hurt America. So, which is, yeah, and it's like, the thing is, it's like, it's not like a new tactic. It's just like, I mean, it's essentially setting up a shell company and then having insiders on both ends of the transaction. You know, this is basically like classic, like mafia style, like moles in law enforcement kind of shit. It's like that, except in the medical industry. Like, they arrested like a couple dozen doctors as part of this, who were basically like funneling, you know, you basically get fake patients in there, write fake prescriptions, and then they get the catheters and stuff, like, you know, yada yada yada. And then they're, you know, but like the catheters that they're buying from are owned by who the doctors are working for. You know, sounds like what Big Pharma does, to be honest.
Yeah.
So, oh, the kitty stirs. We just got our pizza rolls chat, and that woke Archie up. So, yeah, I don't really have anything else on this. I had another article on it, but it got paywalled, so I couldn't bring it up. But yeah, so it's $14.5 billion healthcare fraud scheme takedown and 300 people charged. That is wild. Let's see. Want to move on? I don't really have much more commentary on this one.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah, it's just the number, the scale of it is just like awe-inspiring. Bison boils.
Are we allowed to show animal death? Is there a video of this? Please tell me there is.
Hang on.
I mean, if they could show it on TV.
Oh, this is not. This is. Let me reload it. I need to reload it. See if there's. Nope, doesn't look like. Oh, well, there's pictures of it. There's definitely pictures of it. So a bison boils to death in Yellowstone hot spring in front of tourists. A bison was gruesomely boiled to death in a Yellowstone National Park hot spring last week as tourists watched on in horror. You know what this reminds me of? You ever see like those viral videos of like lions like going after and killing shit while like safari, like white people on safari are watching in horror? Because that's what this reminds me of. Like, so many people forget that like Yellowstone is like an incredibly dangerous place. And the thing is, these hot springs, like these things are so ludicrously acidic. I mean, we're talking like less than 2 on the pH scale. Which is like, this will dissolve your bones. Like, there will be absolutely no trace of you left if you fall off and die into one of these things. Let's see here. So, let's see. The buffalo met its gasoline when it apparently stumbled into the scalding water at Midway Geyser Basin near Old Faithful. There were 2 bison standing there. Said Louis Howard, who witnessed the bison's death during her first ever visit to Yellowstone.
Man!
That definitely makes it memorable. I thought it was a great photo opportunity. I mean, it is. That's not wrong. But the shutterworthy sight quickly turned tragic when one of the bison stepped into a small part of the basin and then tried hopping out. Within a matter of seconds, the beast began teetering at the edge of the Grand Prismatic Spring, the largest hot spring in the entire park, and then fell in. As hard as it tried, it couldn't get out. Fortunately, the poor animal met its end fairly quickly, according to Michael Paul. God, dude, this thing suffered.
Oh my god, look at it.
Yeah. You could see it. You could see like its fur is already like dissolving off of its skin. The animal was thrashing around so intensely that it moved into an even hotter area of the Grand Prismatic, thus dying faster. God. Poland dispelled rumors that the water was acidic and that's what killed the animal, instead pointing to its intensely high temperatures. Well, yeah, I mean, that'll get the fur to clump off of the skin, because if the skin scalds to a point, your hair will just slough off of it, essentially. But it is acidic. The boiling point in Yellowstone is about 200 degrees because of its high altitude. This bison carcass is basically sitting in a pool of nearly boiling water, and that boiling water will eat away at the organic material, the tissues, and eventually there will be just some bone. It's not uncommon for its animals at Yellowstone to succumb to the park's hot spring. Yeah, I actually assume that this happens all the freaking time. The park's lower geyser, which reaches similar 197-degree temperatures, is informally known as Skeleton Pool because of the numerous animal carcasses that have been discovered at the site. Animals such as bison typically walk along the edges of the hot springs, but their weight can cause the thin crust around the pool to crack. The bison's tragic end came in the midst of Yellowstone's busy tourist season, with Old Faithful among the favorite spots for visitors. 2 tourists were also gored by buffalo in separate incidents of the park as many months, the most recent occurring near Old Faithful. Both attacks occurred because that's where all the people are. You know, everything's going to happen around Old Faithful because that's where all the people are. Both attacks occurred because the men came too close to the seemingly docile but extremely dangerous animals. The men escaped with minor injuries. The thing is, it's like, there are these... so it's not like a highly acidic pool, so it won't get down to the bone, but it's still acidic. Like, you're not going to get left with nothing but bone if it doesn't have some kind of acidic nature to it. That's fucking wild. Can you imagine seeing that? I love watching videos. You see this like on when people go whale watching. You see this too? Like a whale will, like, they'll see like a seal or something like that, and then like a killer whale will come up and just gobble the seal up, and there's like a big blood splash in the water, and everyone's like freaking out and stuff like that. People forget that like nature is brutal, and it's always hilarious like watching like groups of tourists like be brutally reminded of that fact. It's always entertaining to watch. Okay. We had some flooding in Texas.
Okay.
And it's actually pretty significant. Death toll in Texas flood rises to at least 24, with as many as 25 missing. If there's that many missing, then that means we're probably going to get close to 50. Like, you go missing in a flood, chances are you're not going to make it out of that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm going to do? Because this is fine. This is fine. Search and rescue teams were working throughout the night in central Texas after flooding that began early Friday swept through a summer camp and homes, killing at least 24 people and leaving as many as 25 girls missing from the camp. Oh, God. The girls were at Camp Mystic along the Guadalupe River in Hunt in Kerr County, according to the county sheriff. Desperate parents posted photos of their children online, seeking any information, and others went to reunification centers to try to find missing loved ones. An unknown number of other people were also missing. Oh my God. So it's like, it says 25 missing, but there's like, that's just the known group of girls that went missing. There's like an unknown number of people on top of that are missing. So, holy crap. Uh-oh.
It's fucking horrifying.
Uh-huh. Okay. Let's see. So Texas officials said that they had faced the difficult choice between having residents shelter in place or evacuate to higher ground, which could have led to vehicles being swept away. So this is it's right smack in the middle of the state between Fort Worth and Austin. Early Thursday afternoon, the National Weather Service issued a broad flood watch for parts of south central Texas, including Kerr County, warning that a slow-moving storm system was expected to bring anything from scattered showers to intense storms through Friday morning. I feel like we've been getting this kinds of shit in our part of the country, too. Like, this is new to me, but, like, it seems like every single day, it's, like, clear, and it's okay, and at some point during the day, for, like, an hour, there's, like, a massive downpour. And then it goes away, and it's fine again for the rest of the day. Like, and
I grew in Miami, so I'm used to this. What I'm not used to is living in an area where they're not prepared for it. Where I have to actually take precaution and be like, oh, like it's storming really bad. Let me just focus on what's going on and be prepared in case something happens. Like, I'm not used to that. I'm used to just being like, oh, it's storming really bad. Yeah, it's fine. We have drains for this. You know?
Yeah.
Life goes on. My power might not even go out. You know?
Yeah.
That's what I'm used to. I'm not used to, like, exposed lines and, you know, and not having, like, drains and, like, a huge drain system to, like, basically drain all the water of, like, the city, right, as it's, like, downpouring. Like, it's very rare for it to get so, like, the most flooded I've ever, the highest I've ever had water reach up to me was, like, my ankle.
Mm-hmm.
In Miami. And that was, like, with, like, severe flooding. With, like, really severe flooding.
Like 50-year plus flood event. Yeah.
Yeah. Like during hurricanes, right? I've told the story before, but like during some of the hurricanes of like the last like decade or so. I remember like during like my teenage years. During a hurricane, we all sat outside and played dominoes. This is like a Category 4, Category 5 hurricane. We were sitting out in like the porch, and it's like a fenced-in porch, but it's totally open. There's no like wire mesh or anything. Totally open porch. Yeah, we just sat out there and just played dominoes. And the water didn't reach the porch, which is maybe like a step or two above the road.
Wow.
Yeah. This is during a hurricane. There's like there was like shit like fucking like flying around and whatnot. There was like branches and leaves and shit like all over the place. But it was fine. You know?
Yeah, because unless it's a Cat 5, you don't generally worry about it.
No. And again, even with Cat 5, sometimes you don't worry about it. It has to be like a really freakish storm for us to like not be prepared for that.
Yeah, it's like where I moved to, I'm like 10 minutes from the ocean, but I'm elevated. I'm up off the floodplain essentially. And there's also like a giant drainage basin like right behind my house.
Mm-hmm.
So like I actually have like a very, very low chance of flooding at my place.
Mm-hmm.
I have flood insurance because it is Florida and you never know. But it's actually
the worst hurricane I ever had was when I was a kid. I don't remember much of it. I know that I was in like elementary school because I know that we still had our coconut tree. And after this hurricane, we got rid of our coconut tree because so many coconuts fell, and some of them fell on like the neighbor's yard. We were worried the coconut would like hit someone's car or something, and then.
Oh yeah, it's like a cannonball at that point.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But I was really excited for hurricanes because there'd always be coconuts afterwards. That's delicious.
Silver lining.
Yeah, but I remember doing that hurricane. We had like all of our windows were boarded up. If we looked outside, all you could see is like darkness and water and wind.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was probably the worst hurricane I've ever experienced in my life. It caved in a portion of the roof in my mom's side of the house. So it was just raining into the house.
Oh my god.
Which was
That's
it wasn't a
terrifying.
super big deal because our floor is tile. So it wasn't like a super big deal. We just, put down like a bunch of towels and some buckets and whatnot, and it was fine. It wasn't a big deal. But I vividly remember there was like a moment of calm. All the power was out, by the way. So like we were listening to radios, we had little like hand crank lanterns and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
All the power was out, and I remember at some point the storm calmed down. And we had to open the door for my aunt because my aunt drove from her house to our house.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like during this moment of calm. And I remember looking outside and like the sky directly above was bright. But then all around that was just fucking darkness.
Darkness, yeah.
And I was like, this is the weirdest like phenomenon I've ever seen in the sky. And at the time I didn't understand what that was. Now, like later on as a teenager and like as an adult, I understand that that's because we were in the eye.
You were in the eye, yeah.
So we had a moment of calm, and then everyone rushed inside, right? We got my aunt inside because her house was not anywhere near as like structurally secure as ours.
Mm.
And my cousin, my aunt's daughter, was already at our house. So she came over, right? I think my uncle was at work. during all this, so he took shelter in like the warehouse that he worked at. But my aunt came over from her place because her place was like not doing super great, and she came over and she stayed, and then immediately, like just like a little bit, like a 5 minutes or so after like she arrived, in like the maybe half hour of calm, immediately started just downpouring again, and all you could hear outside is wind and water hitting the building. And
it's loud. It's so loud.
Yep.
Like some of these storms that have come through my area that are just like the little 1 hour long squalls, like they get so loud that I'm just like, oh my god, like I have to be on mute on this call because of how loud just the rain hitting the roof and stuff is. I've never experienced that because like here's the thing, like I've had like actually the first time I ever experienced anything like this was when my last job sent me to Panama, and it was in July, and a couple times while I was there was like a big like rainstorm that came through, and I was just like, and this is like a tropical country, and I was just like, I have never seen or imagined just the sheer volume of water that is currently falling out of the sky, like it's so much water. I never experienced it's that amount of water falling out of the sky before. And it was like awe-inspiring to me. I was like, wow. And now that I'm in Florida, I'm just like, oh, we get that here too, kind of. And yeah, I'm still adjusting to like the this like deluge of rain. It's like, holy crap.
Yep. This time of the year is just constant.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. And thing is like, in Denver, you get like the huge snowstorms that come through, which would be similar if it were liquid. And I'm like, I would much rather have it be liquid because I don't have to shovel snow or deal with fucking snow, At least after it rains, this is gone, unless you're flash flooded, but, it just kind of goes away, whereas snow sticks around, literally. And I was just like, oh my god, I'm so fucking sick of snuffling and snow blowing and all this other stuff. This is awful. I wish this were rain so like it would do this and it would just be gone.
Yeah.
So early Thursday afternoon, the National Weather Service issued a broad flood watch for parts of south central Texas, including Kerr County, warning that a slow-moving storm system was expected to bring anything from scattered showers to intense storms through Friday morning. Such warnings are common when conditions are favorable for a weather event and are often followed by a warning when a dangerous event is occurring or about to occur. Okay, so there's the camp where those girls were at. Okay. Nim Kidd, the chief of the Texas Division of Emergency Management, said a National Weather Service advisory issued Thursday did not predict the amount of rain that we saw. Officials and residents have said that they were caught off guard by the torrential rain that led to deadly flooding in the early hours of Friday. Sheriff Larry Lathia of Kerr County said that the number of people missing was still 23 to 25 people. Texas officials said that they cannot provide an update on the number of people who remain unaccounted for. Earlier on Friday, they said that some 20 girls attending a camp were missing, so that's been updated to 25 now. The Texas National Guard made 237 rescues and evacuations from the floods using helicopters and rescue swimmers. Freeman Martin, the director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, said emergency workers would continue searching for survivors around the clock, working in shifts. We will not stop until we find every last person, he said. He said he hoped that the weather on Saturday would make their job easier. Sheriff Larry Latha of Kerr County provided an update death toll from the flooding, saying 24 bodies had been found. Greg Abbott, the governor, signed an emergency disaster declaration encompassing several counties in central Texas affected by the deadly floods. The order will expedite state funding for the areas that experienced significant damage. So yeah, so I guess there's still trying to assess the damage of this thing. So, man. God, that's remember Friday morning. This is the 4th of July. This is how these people,
spent their 4th of July.
Was going through this nightmare. So that's. I have no words how awful that is.
Yeah, it sucks.
That sucks. Yeah, that's one way to put it. Oh man. Good night, Angel. When I was living in Tokyo in 2019, this is Taiping. There was a big typhoon that flooded many subway stations, and some neighborhoods were evacuated to shelters. It rained for basically 2 days, and the wind was crazy. Yeah, dude. The typhoon is basically a hurricane. That's what they call hurricanes over there. So, let's stick to the ocean. Stick to water, maybe.
Deep in the world's largest cave, 2 new sea monsters resurface after 325 million years beneath Earth. A stunning discovery deep within Mammoth Cave has uncovered 2 prehistoric sharks frozen in time for over 325 million years. These ancient predators offer a glimpse into a long-lost marine world.
God, this is that.
Actually using Jaws for the...
Well, I don't think that's not
That's a
Jaws.
close-up view of a shark's head taken underwater.
Yeah, but they're doing like the Jaws frame, essentially.
Yeah.
What's that movie? That
Michael...
Jason Statham movie? Where like there's like a the Meg, yeah. That's what this kind of sounds like, actually. Like the whole about the Meg is like these ancient shark megalodons like trapped underneath like a layer of like volcanic heat that they couldn't pass through, and then that heat got broken, so they were like able to like unleash into the ocean of our world and wreak havoc and such. And it's like that we found these two fucking ancient sharks. Well, and there's the thing is, like, they say prehistoric sharks, like fucking tons of shark species that are around today are prehistoric.
Yeah.
Like
there
sharks.
Discovery beneath the rolling hills of central Kentucky. Wait, this is below Kentucky? Researchers have unearthed the fossil remains of 2 previously unknown species of prehistoric sharks. These sharks, which date back over 325 million years, were found deep within Mammoth Cave, the world's longest cave system.
I've been
the
there.
remarkable preservation offers a rare... Really?
Yeah, I've been in Mammoth Cave.
That's cool.
I used to be a geologist. Of course I've been in Mammoth Cave.
Fair enough. The remarkable preservation offers rare insights into life before the dinosaurs, shedding light on the early evolution of marine predators. What is that face?
That face?
Oh, her bikini photo leaves nothing to the imagination. Proof and pic.
That's not clickbait.
Anyways, unearthing ancient fossils in Mammoth Cave, the discovery was made as part of the Paleontological Resource Inventory conducted by the National Park Service, NPS. The fossils were found in both Mammoth Cave National Park and a nearby site in northern Alabama. Researchers identified the 2 species as Troglodytes.
Troglodytes. Yep.
Tremblay. And Glycomanius cariforum. Both were belong to an ancient family of sharks known as Ctenoconths. These sharks are distant relatives of modern-day species, characterized by defensive spines shaped like cones on their backs. Mammoth Cave, spanning more than 676 kilometers, known for its geological significance and rich fossil deposits. The cave's stable underground conditions help preserve these fossils with remarkable clarity. Providing a detailed look at their anatomical features, researchers believe the fossil offers a rare glimpse of the marine ecosystem that existed long before the first dinosaurs.
How much further do you want to go?
His face. No discovered sharks likely roam the waters of an ancient seaway that once connected parts of what are now North America, Europe, and North Africa. For millions of years, tectonic activity caused this seaway to disappear as the supercontinent Pangaea began to form. So this is like pre-Pangaea.
Yeah, this is
the fossils
very
found
ancient.
in Mammoth Cave and northern Alabama offer rare insights into the lost world and provide a better understanding of ancient marine biodiversity. The Ctenoconths were an important part of the ecosystem during the Mississippian period, a time when the land known as Kentucky, the land now known as Kentucky, was submerged beneath tropical waters. The discovery of these sharks underscores the importance of the Mammoth Cave system as a key site for understanding prehistoric life.
So, for context, the Mississippian period is one of 2 periods that make up what I believe is called the Carboniferous period. And it was during this time that there is an ancient ocean that basically made up what is currently North American continent. I think it's the same ocean. Like when you go to like the Front Range of Colorado, you see all those. What's it called? The sandstone red rocks. You know, red rocks, like the famous like Red Rocks Amphitheater. You ever heard of that?
I've been there.
Oh, you've been there. Okay, so that's part of like this famous Red Rocks sandstone formation on the Front Range of Colorado. That sandstone was deposited on the shores of this ancient ocean in the middle of the continent. So,
oh wow,
that gives you an idea of like how big this body of water was, and it translated all the way from like the Arctic all the way down to like the southern hemisphere. So, anyway,
one of the new identified species, the tremblay, is estimated to have reached 10 to 12 feet in length, comparable to the size of an oceanic white-tip shark. The species is characterized by its forked teeth, suggesting it has specialized hunting technique. And Glickmanius, the second shark species, also believed to have reached similar lengths. Its powerful bite would have allowed it to prey on a variety of marine animals, including other sharks, bony fish, and extinct mollusks like orthocones. Interesting.
Do you think they actually look like this?
Goofy boys!
Yeah. Looks kind of derpy. Got some big cheekbones.
Yeah. Both are thought to have inhabited coastal environments rather than deep sea ecosystems. Interesting. Yeah, it makes sense. They're like smaller sharks. Smaller creatures tend to hang out in like the shores.
Mm-hmm. So.
Yeah, cool stuff.
Yeah,
cool
they
stuff.
found. Yeah, they're. That's the thing about Mammoth Cave. Mammoth Cave is kind of like there's a few like I guess you can call it like paleontological gold mines. One of them would be up in Canada, and oh god, what is it called? It's a shale formation up in Canada. There's also like I think it's also in Canada. It might be the same one I'm thinking of. I can't remember what it's called. God, see, it's been such a long time since I had to know this stuff. But it's the stone that has like essentially has like the Cambrian explosion all on a single rock. Essentially, so the Cambrian explosion is like the most ancient like record we have of like life on Earth, pretty much, or at least like life that could be preserved with because they had like some kind of like a bony structure that can be preserved. And we see this in like these. I can't remember the name of the area in Canada, but it's in Canada, where we basically get like a ton of these species from it. And there's a few others, and then another one is Mammoth Cave. Mammoth Cave has also got a fuck ton of fossils in it, so that's why I went there when I was in school. So like we went there, we went to Carlsbad as well. And a few others. So, Mr. Cornell says,
That's
"How
cool.
you doing, Rosa?"
Howdy, I'm doing good. I'm listening to a puppy play with crinkly stuff, and it's really irking me.
Okay, let's dramatically shift gears here. Oh no! You kidding me? I've reached my article limit. What are you talking about? Oh my god. Hang on, let me find a new...
Chicago Tribunal.
God. Hey, do this one. Do the one from CBS. Gosh, I'm so sick of these damn paywalls. Okay. 4 killed, 14 wounded in Chicago mass shooting outside an Artiste restaurant and lounge in River North. 4 people were killed and at least 14 others were wounded at a drive-by mass shooting outside the Artiste restaurant and lounge in Chicago's River North neighborhood on Wednesday night. Chicago police said around 11 p.m. a dark vehicle drove past the building in the 300 block of West Chicago Avenue, where 3 people from inside fired shots into a crowd of people standing on the sidewalk. So I guess this is like the crowd that's like forming the line to get into the club, I guess. Crowd said to be no, it's not. Leaving Artiste Lounge following an album release party for rapper Mellow Bucks. Mellow Bucks. Is this like literally like a rival rapper gang hit? Is that what this is? Like
Probably.
a more like classic drive-by shooting scenario than this. The victims injured in the shooting range in the age of 21 to 32 years old. Of the injured, 2 were taken to Illinois Masonic Hospital, 2 were taken to Mount Sinai, 3 were taken to Stroger, and 6 were taken to Northwestern Memorial, in conditions ranging from good to critical. 4 of the injured are in serious to critical condition, according to Chicago police. 2 men who were shot were taken to Stroger Hospital, where they were pronounced dead. The Cook County Medical Examiner's Office had identified them as 25-year-old Leon Andrew Henry and 23-year-old Devontae Terrell Williamson. This is a gang hit. 26-year-old woman and a 27-year-old woman were both shot in the chest and taken to Northwestern Memorial, where they died. Chicago police said Henry's grandmother said that when he left the house on Wednesday, she didn't know he was heading to the release party, but she never imagined he would never return home. Shania Battle, who was among the 14 people wounded in the shooting, said one of the 2 women killed in the drive-by was her sister, Aviance King. Police said that the shooting was a targeted attack, with some of the victims among Mellow Buck's inner circle. Yep. It totally was a hit. Total hit job. They didn't care who was struck. Yet, yeah, they did. They specifically targeted people. You just said that it was a targeted attack. And in a matter of seconds, they were able to shoot 18 people. Chicago Police Superintendent? I don't know what that abbreviation means. Larry Schnelling said there's a possibility that there was a rifle used. There were 2 different calibers of shell casings. That doesn't mean rifle necessarily, though. There's plenty of different calibers.
You want to tell us what those calibers were, please? Please? Tell us?
I mean, I guarantee you, I have a hard time believing that a 9 wasn't one of the calibers. We are mobilizing right now to make sure this incident does not return and bring about more violence, Mayor Brandon Johnson said. Snelling would not confirm or deny the shooting might have been gang-related. Give me a break, dude. That means it was. Like, I will not confirm or deny. That means yes, it was. But she said police would be prepared for any possible retaliation. There's coordination, not only coordination with our local partners here, but also our federal partners when it comes to the possibility of this being some kind of gang conflict. We're also making sure that anything that we uncover, and there's possibility of retaliation, we would have an idea of where that retaliation could occur, and we would put resources in place to prevent that. I mean, Chicago is known for weekend shootings. Like, it's at this point, it's like
one was a 22, the other one was a 5.56, and some nog put them in the same gun. What?
Really?
Is that are you messing with us? Because I those don't shoot from the same gun.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Like 223 is much smaller. Okay, so and the one thing is like we're gonna do everything we can to prevent that. It's like, will you though? Like Chicago is like when you think gang violence, when you think inner city gang violence, the number one city that people think of is Chicago. You know, you think Chicago, you think Minneapolis, you think St. Louis, you think New Orleans, maybe, and a handful of others. Like you don't really do much to stop these things as it is. Like this is just another weekend shooting. They said the police would be out in full force this weekend, making sure we are keeping the city safe and protecting lives. Okay. Mellow Bucks posted social media tributes to those killed, including her boyfriend. Oh, Mellow Bucks was a woman. Okay.
No. So 223 and 556 are like they're the same size.
Oh, really? I don't know.
Yeah.
Williamson sharing photos of the couple.
223 rounds are compatible with 556 rifles in most cases.
Oh.
But 556 can damage the barrel and chamber when fired from a rifle designed to shoot 223.
Okay. I am not a gun person. I do not know.
So the main difference between them is that they're chambered in different pressures. Or sorry, like the cartridges run at different pressures. Yeah.
Okay. So Mellow Bucks posted social media tributes to those killed, including her boyfriend Williamson, sharing photos of the couple together. One captioned reading, "My handsome me man." Okay. Other posts talked about King and another woman killed, Taylor, With the rapper writing, we were having so much fun in our private little life. Couldn't leave each other alone, glued to my hip every day. Bucks released a statement on social media saying in part, prayers up for all my sisters. God, please wrap your arms around every last one of them. He then went down to say, feel like everything just weighing down on me. I'll let you do a dramatic reading of this.
Prayers up for all my sisters. God, please wrap your arms around every last one of them. Feels like everything just weighing down on me. All I could do is talk to God and pray.
You're way too good at this.
Amen.
Amen.
Yeah, remember, I grew up around this.
Yeah. Artiste Lounge confirmed that they are working with authorities as the investigation continues. Owners released the following statement. Last night, an act of violence occurred within the vicinity of our restaurant.
Shakisha, can I get an amen? Thank you, Shakisha. Thank you, sister.
Oh, God, listen to this. This is such, progressive corpo speak.
Last night, an act of violence occurred within the vicinity of our restaurant, and it deeply shook us. Artis was created as a safe space. A space where Black, brown, queer, and allied communities could gather, be celebrated, and feel at home in River North. We've always led with that mission, and what happened last night disrupted it in the most painful way. Our hearts are with the victims and their loved ones. Also, this crime was done by a Black, brown person. By the way.
Yeah, not only that, but what the... some of the most homophobic people out there are blacks. So it's again, this is such generic corpo speak bullshit. ChatGPT could have written this. Stanley said that the city has issued a summary closure of the building, shutting down the business. Their investigation into the location itself continues. Pastor Donovan Price, that's a cool name actually, Donovan Price, spoke to CBS News Chicago after arriving on the chaotic scene. The worst I've seen, he said. People wanting to... let me try this. Yeah, it's the worst I've seen. People wanting to find the other people, find who was alive, find out who was, where the phones were, because they dropped them in the chaos. So they couldn't even call, or couldn't even find their car keys. Say it's something that you wouldn't expect to find in the city. We have a lot of shootings, but nothing like this. No arrests have been made as of Thursday, but police said that they believe 3 shooters were involved. The investigation into the shooting remains ongoing. Same block was also the scene of a mass shooting in November 2022 when some of the venue was known as Hush Lounge. 1 person was killed and 3 others wounded after a group had been thrown out of Hush started fighting. Police shut down the Hush nightclub after that shooting, and Artiste Lounge later opened in the same location. Mayor Brandon Johnson noted Thursday night's attack was not the only mass shooting in Chicago overnight. Again, thank you. Thank you for reiterating on my current point. It's so common. Weekend shootings, plural, is normal in Chicago. I really say, when it comes to, gun violence in America, the vast majority of it comes from black-on-black inner-city gang violence. And the vast majority of that comes in maybe a dozen city blocks in total from across the nation. So much of the gun violence statistics in this country is concentrated in a very, very, very small number of places in the country. You take out just this, these 3 blocks there, those 2 blocks there. You do that in about a dozen cities, and America's gun crime statistics fucking plummet.
It goes down by 40%.
Yeah, it's huge. 4 people were wounded in a mass shooting early Thursday in the Riverdale neighborhood as they were standing outside of the 600 block of East 133rd Street around 3:15 a.m. We will not rest until there is full accountability. I'm calling on any Chicagoan who has any information about these mass shootings. We are calling on anyone who has any information to come forward. Thursday evening violence or interrupters. Violence? What the fuck is a violence interrupter? What?
Police?
What? I don't.
Riot police?
I have no idea. What did they? It said they gathered outside Artiste Lounge, hoping to drum up tips about the shooting and bring peace to the River North community.
Bodyguards?
Maybe it's you know how some of these super woke inner city governments and stuff like that have like as they're like pro defund the police, and so they take like a percentage of the police and they instead hire like shit like violence interrupters and like social workers and stuff like that to confront potential criminal, like, you know, to respond to like crimes and stuff like that. Maybe that's what this is. Maybe that's what these are. Oh, that's it. I'm just so confused about what the hell a violence interrupter is. I'm pro Fund the Rosa. Hell yeah. I was gonna say, donate.
Violence interrupter are individuals, often from within the communities they serve, who work to prevent violence by mediating conflicts and connecting individuals at high risk with support services. They act as a bridge between high-risk individuals and the community, utilizing their credibility and lived experience to de-escalate potentially violent situations.
So that's exactly what it is. They're the DEI. They're the DEI police replacers. That's, oh my god, what an absolute joke. Why don't you just train your police to be better at human interaction instead of hire a bunch of activists who've like made up positions? It's so stupid. So yeah, I mean, really, it's like 2 shootings, one of them outside of a nightclub as part of like a gang related. I mean, the thing is like what it said, that 4 people were wounded in a mass shooting early Thursday in the Riverdale neighborhood as they were standing outside in the that this was also a drive-by.
Click on it. Click on like the little link, little hyperlink.
Oh yeah, here we go. 4 people were taken to the hospital after being shot early Thursday morning. Chicago police and a group of people were standing outside the 600 block of East 133rd Street when the 4 victims were hit by gunfire. A 21-year-old man was shot in the arm and thigh and was taken to the University of Chicago Medical Center in critical condition. A 31-year-old man suffered multiple gunshot wounds to the body and was taken to Christ Hospital in critical condition. A 29-year-old woman was hit in the arm and self-transported to Christ Hospital in an unknown condition.
Self-transported?
Damn, she drove herself with a fucking GSW in her arm.
Fuck this shit,
fucking
man.
Gangsta.
I'm out here. Man, it's crazy, man. I have bullets flying shit. I'm out here. Shit.
Hope my weave's okay. Okay, a 29-year-old man was hit in the shoulder and self-transported. Damn, so 2 of them fucking drove themselves to the hospital.
Shit, I'm also going to drive myself to Roseland Hospital. I don't trust none of these hospitals in this area. I'm going to drive myself all the way over there. It's just a shoulder hit. It's fine, man. It's just a graze.
That sounds to me like...
You can't stop me, nigga.
That sounds to me like...
Nobody gonna stop me.
These 2 people have been through this shit before. Because here's the thing, like... If you get shot, like the first... Many times, I would say you are exposed to gun violence or are, God forbid, shot yourself. Even if, you know, it's not like fatal, people typically pass out from the shock of it. You know,
yeah.
So to be able to like take the bullet,
it very much depends. Some people do experience shock and then pass out. Some people experience a adrenaline jump.
Yeah, but the adrenaline only lasts for so long.
You'd be surprised.
Anyway.
Just put a flesh wound. Man, this fucking shoulder graze, just put a flesh wound, nigga. It's fine.
Shooting that 22-23 shit at me, man. You got man. You need a 9-0 above to take me down. Honestly though, like if you have like the ability to get hit,
223 is a bigger ass.
to go through a hail of gunfire on you and your friends, take a bullet or 2 and still have like the mental capacity to like drive yourself to the hospital. Like that means that you're experienced. You know what I mean? Like you're a veteran in this in bullshit at that point. But yeah, this is totally another drive-by. It's got to be. There's not really a lot of details here. Like it doesn't tell like how they were connected or anything. The fact that they're, you know, the fact that it doesn't tell you the race of
like where they were shot from.
3 yeah, it says that they were hit by gunfire. It says where they were hit and how old they were and their gender. sacks, but that's it. It doesn't say like
and what hospital they went to.
yeah, in the hospital that they went to. And honestly, I think it's safe to assume that they were all black because if they weren't, they would have said the race. You know, the whole like the Ann Coulter rule of media, which is like you know the race by what they do, by what they don't tell you. So yeah, two drive-by shootings, I think, in Chicago. Or another one is just it's like M. Bison.
Because this happened like 3 a.m. on Thursday, and what did the other one happen?
The other one, this one was like just after 3 o'clock, I think. Go up. Come on, where is it? Where is it? Oh, 11 p.m. 11 p.m.
So they were like 4 hours apart.
How do you know that this wasn't the retaliation to this? Wouldn't that be interesting?
You don't.
You don't. You really don't. Not in this town. Are you kidding me? Yeah, Chicago is like really is like the modern day gangland USA.
4 hours about how much time it would take you to fucking
retaliate.
Fucking strap up and fucking.
4 hours is about how long it would take for you to learn of who got hurt, call up your boys, get them in one place, arm yourselves up, figure out who to target, and then go and target them and do the deed. That's about 4 hours.
Beat the pavement.
Yeah. So who knows? The only thing I could think of that is geography. Like when it says like the west side of 130 Millionth Street or whatever, I have no fucking clue where that is. I don't know where any of these places are geographically. So yeah, let's continue on. Okay, this is one of you're gonna love this story. Relative of victim charged with the murder of sex offender in shooting at Elkhart Motel.
Is this my boy?
This
my
is
boy
your,
Nickolas Stanley.
This is your boy Nickolas Stanley. Yes.
Let's fucking go.
Okay. So, an Elkhart man has been charged with murder after investigators say he shot and killed a sex offender who had recently been released from prison. 35-year-old Nickolas Stanley is accused of killing 35-year-old Alan Cogswell early Tuesday morning at the daylight on Cassiopolis Street. According to our reporting, partners at the Goshen News, police confirmed that Cogswell was a sex offender who had been released from prison in May. Court records state that Stanley is related to a victim in that case. A witness told police that he saw Stanley looking in the window of Cogswell's room before knocking on the door. When Cogswell opened the door, Stanley reportedly began shooting. Didn't even like, are you Cogswell? No, just immediately just blam. I am God's secretary. I will send you to his waiting room.
Bro, officials say Cogswell died after getting shot in the head and the chest. Bro fucking John Wicked him. Yeah, totally. John Wicked him. Police reportedly used surveillance videos from nearby businesses and a flock camera system to identify Stanley as a suspect. Stanley is currently being held without bond at the Elkhart County Jail. An initial hearing is currently set for July 3rd.
Yeah, that's the story.
So a man named Nick Stanley murdered a sex offender after he came out of jail.
Right.
This is the one I told you about, Pay.
Yes. Good man.
Absolutely based.
And actually, it's not in here, but let me look. Hang on, Nickolas.
He's got an alibi. He wasn't there.
They have to have him on camera. They have him on camera. But hear me out. Hear me out. Killing pedophiles? Killing sex offenders?
Let me look up on X.
Not a crime.
You should be rewarded.
Not a crime.
In fact, it's
Wait,
cool
go back. I know that old man. Go back.
We'll get to that. We're gonna get to that.
That's Babe 1's dad.
Really?
What?
Yeah. Babe 1, Babe 2?
We're gonna get that. We're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to it. I promise. But let me look on X. Search. Wait, get out of here. Jeez. Wait, I can't search without premium? What do you... Oh, I was clicking on the wrong thing. Okay. Nickolas Stanley statement. He made a statement. I think this was the post that actually clued me into it. Nickolas Stanley's daughter. It was his daughter. Gets molested.
Yeah,
the offender gets sentenced. Yeah, the offender gets sentenced to 12 years. Offender gets out in just 10 years. So he got a reduced sentence. Nickolas allegedly tracks down the offender at a hotel and yeets him point blank. Fucking John Wicks him. Nickolas is now being charged with murder. Yeah. Where is his statement? I know that there's oh yeah, it's very much this. I can't show that video. I can't show video of a dude getting executed on television. I cannot show that video.
What? Your dad?
This is what I'm looking for.
Babe One's dad? Yeah. I mean, on the news for the turn off, they beat DS1 apparently. That's one of the things we're covering today.
Wow.
Yeah, it's awesome. I love to see like people that I know are super super cool get recognition.
Yeah. So this is Nickolas Stanley's statement. So he says, so I walked in, grabbed my gun, and I drove out to go find him. And then when I found him, I did what I had to. I took him out, Stanley said. I'm tired of pretending like I did something wrong. You know, I don't feel like I did anything wrong. And there are thousands of people, millions, brother, millions, out there who agree with me. I'm just tired of pretending that I have to be scared of the system when he obviously wasn't scared of the system. And now I'm going to get more time putting in this piece of trash out than he ever got for hurting my family and the ones that I love. So if the system wants to throw me away, let them. I don't even care anymore. This is
fucking base!
This is Meheimer. This is Meheimer all over again. The Killdozer guy. When he just said, I don't fucking care anymore. I am fucking done with all of you. Yeah.
Here's the thing. This is the exact mentality that we need to have to not become like fucking Brit. You need to not, like, if your fucking enemies do not fear the fucking system that is meant to fucking put them away and take care of them, right? Then you shouldn't either.
Yeah.
You shouldn't fucking either. If they're not afraid to get their fucking hands, they get their fucking hands wet with blood, and they're not afraid of the fucking repercussions, because our fucking system has failed in doing so, then we need to fucking make them afraid. We need to not fear that system either. We need to get our fucking hands wet with fucking blood.
Well, there's a lot of sheriffs across America that are like, if someone comes onto your property, fucking shoot them and shoot them dead so that we don't have to deal with the paperwork. You know what I mean? Like, there are a lot of really base sheriffs that are like, and they typically come from like rural areas, like the one we're in now, because they're like, the police response time is too long because people are too fucking spread out. You have to be able to protect and defend yourself. You know, and
that's just Florida, maybe Texas. That's not true. There's a lot of states that have castle doctrine now.
Yeah, there's a bunch of states that have castle doctrine.
Alabama's one of them.
And there's a lot of sheriffs out there that are outside of even like in non like you see sheriffs like
were the first though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they were the first, but it's spreading. It's kind of spreading along with like the constitutional carry for the Second Amendment rights. That's also like been like it's been nothing but positive news in America for like literally like more than a decade now. That trend has been happening where more and more states are adopting castle doctrine to the point where I think
Texas did it first and then Florida.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's like a third of the states now have constitutional carry.
Florida took it and then they fucking ran with it, and they had like their local courts basically extend it to not just your house but your car and your workplace.
That makes sense. I mean, that totally makes sense. According to Texas law, you can defend your property up to the range of your weapon. I want to live up on a tall hill with a sniper rifle. But like, yeah, it's Killdozer. This is Killdozer. Mark, I think the guy was like Mark Meheimer or something like that. And we've covered that story a long time ago, or at least I covered it back when, because remember they made a Killdozer to try to get barbecue that that cannibalistic gang leader who took over Haiti. Do you remember that? And like the authorities tried to build a killdozer with a flamethrower to try to get him out. And it was like any excuse to talk about Meheimer, whatever his name was. But yeah, this is like that levels of yes, just amazing. And now there's like when I searched it, there's already a petition to free Nickolas Stanley on Facebook.
Let me see it. Let me see that petition.
This is a change.org. It won't last on change.org. I guess it is just a petition, though. I don't know. So it's only got 3,500 signatures at the moment. Imagine your child being harmed by someone, and after serving only a partial sentence, that person walks free. This is the harsh reality that the family of Nickolas Stanley is facing in Elkhart, Indiana. Accused of killing the man who abused his daughter, Nickolas acted in what any parent might see as a deeply justifiable way. He does not deserve to languish in jail for taking action against the person who so grievously wronged his child. Nickolas's daughter suffered at the hands of this man, enduring trauma that no child should ever bear. The legal system had previously failed, allowing this offender to be released early from prison, despite the severity of his crime. In a moment of desperation, driven by a father's instinct to protect his kin, Nickolas took the law into his own hands. This is a situation where the nuance of justice needs to be reevaluated. In Elkhart, and indeed across the country, parents can empathize with Nickolas's plight. We implore the legal system to show compassion and understanding in this unique case. Dismissing the charges against Nickolas Stanley is not only an act of mercy. I have a feeling it's hard to, again, we've covered one awful outcome of a court case. We don't know how fucking that black kid who stabbed that white kid in the heart, Camilo Anthony, whatever his name is, Camelo Anthony. We don't know how his. I mean, like the court is stacked against him, but who the fuck knows? You know what I mean? Like, who can we count on the justice system to give this guy a lower sentence? Because this is the thing. This. I'm sure he's being charged with first degree. Like he planned to go out and kill this guy.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, he admitted it. He was like, yeah, I went out looking for him, and then I fucking killed him.
Yeah, and first degree is 25 to life. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I mean, if they just kind of go through the books, you know, but I think his only chance is even like a jury to just like, they're like, no, he didn't do nothing wrong. You know, this is get a base jury. Who knows? Is this join us in this cause? Demand that our judicial system values not only law, but fairness and empathy. Sign this petition to free Nickolas Stanley and give him back to his family where he belongs. Stand with those who believe in a more humane and just legal system. Your signature can make a difference and help bring Nickolas back home. So, yeah. He does have a petition ongoing. Here's the thing, though. I'm always cautious because all of these, like, GoFundMe and Change.org, they're all run by lefties. You know what I mean? But here's the thing. I have no idea what the race of the molester is. His name is Cogswell.
He's a white guy.
He's a white guy. I'm pretty sure he's a white guy. So, probably had glasses, like Bill Gates kind of glasses. Probably had, like, a very diminutive form. You know, I bet you that the physiognomy checks out for this guy.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I wonder if you can look him up.
Oh yeah, what was his full name again? Name was Alan Cogswell. The man accused of him, man accused. What if I just go to images, maybe? All you get is Nickolas. Wait, is that him?
It looks like.
Age 35. That's him.
It.
That's a white guy. Yep. Actually, the physiognomy doesn't check out. I thought he'd be more soy. Yeah. So, but yeah, this is the guy. This is the guy, chat. That's him. There you go. There's the son of a bitch right there. He is no longer with us. So, We'll see. We'll see what happens to Mr. Stanley. I will keep tabs on what happens to him for sure. Okay, now let's get to the one. Oh wait. This we got to do this first. So this is a quick little thing I thought was funny. I'll just let this play. Actually, chat, could you hear this? I don't know if chat can hear this.
I can set up for you. They should be able to hear right away. Hold on.
Okay.
They cannot hear it. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but here's the thing, Deku, is that this was white on white violence. Like, there wasn't a racial dimension to this.
Hello. Oh, God. Audio. Game audio. Oh.
Nice. Thank you.
Yep.
The Alaskan Avenger got out with the deal, so I'm sure he will too. I wouldn't be sure, but there's a possibility. There's a possibility. Okay. So I'm just gonna let this play because this is just I'm gonna watch this. Are you kidding me?
I even think we're gonna have a UFC fight. Does anybody watch UFC, the great day in the world? We're gonna have a UFC fight. We're gonna have a UFC fight. Think of this on the grounds of the White House. We have a lot of land there. We're going to build a little. We're not. Dana's going to do it. Dana's great, one of a kind. Going to have a UFC fight, championship fight, full fight, like 20, 25,000 people. And we're going to do that as part of 250 also. We're going to have some incredible.
Dude, I am so looking forward to. I really do hope that. Because remember that back when he was campaigning, when he was talking about the 250th birthday for America, he was talking about doing that like fair. It was almost like the World's Fair, but it was like the United States, where like the greatest shit from each state would like gather in a single giant location, and it would just be like ongoing for like an entire year. You remember that?
Yeah.
I have no idea what the status of that is. I really want that to happen.
Same.
And because I would go no matter where in the country. If they put that fucking thing in Alaska, I would go. Like I would. That is a once in a lifetime opportunity. The America's Fair. I would so go to that. But I don't know what the status of that is. But I really hope that we actually do some cool shit for the 250th. I really do. I hope we do more. Like, this is fun and all, and like I will buy this pay-per-view to watch fucking.
When is the 250th?
Next year, 2026.
Next year's 4th of July.
Well, he's saying all year. That was the idea, but it's next year is the 250th. So I have no idea what the planning status of that is, though. I haven't heard anything about it, though. I actually have a feeling that it's probably because there's a bunch of like state governors that are like, we're not going to participate because we have TDS and we hate you, you know. And they might have kind of just quietly just shelved the idea because of that. I really wish they wouldn't, though. I wish they'd be like, no, like even like Portland's got cool shit, dude. The backwoods of Portland are a bunch of crazy fucking gun-toting, you know, prepper psychopaths, you know, like.
Yeah, the Romans had a 1000th birthday so hard they made Greek lions go extinct.
No, what? That's what we need to do. We need to find an endangered species.
And eat them.
And eat them. We need to barbecue them, and we need to deep fry and just like let McDonald's have like a special menu item dedicated to the extinction of an animal.
All right. The American buffalo. It's finally time to go.
It's time to go. Hey, buffalo's a tasty meal. I've had buffalo burger. Buffalo burger is tasty.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty tasty.
I even think we're gonna have a U.S.
Oh, that was it. So I don't know. Like I need to look into it. I'm gonna look into it when I get the chance of like what the current status and plans are for the 250th. They better be better than that fucking army parade that we had a few weeks ago. Because that was kind of... I'm not going to say lame, because it wasn't meant to be a show of force. You know what I mean? It wasn't... Like, everybody was comparing it to, like, military parades in like the UK or China or North Korea even and stuff like that. And it's just like, well, yeah, that's because the purpose of the parade was different. You know what I mean? The purpose of the parade was to just showcase, you know, the history of the army, not like what our current military might is, which is what the other countries do it for, is to project might, you know. But it kind of felt cobbled together and not well planned. And also, Trump had absolutely nothing to do with it. In fact, it was actually initially commissioned by Biden during his presidency, because they were actually expecting to do it during his second term. And then hardy har har.
No.
Yeah, so I don't know. I think we need. I feel like we need more than just like a parade in DC and a UFC match on the White House lawn. There needs to be something like grand. We need to do something like truly grand. You know, I really hope that we can that something like that happens. The world's most expensive burger costs $5,400. They probably lined the meat in gold flakes. So they couldn't march. Yeah, they weren't even like marching. They were just kind of walking. Like, and the thing is, I've been in drill parades. Okay, I went to military school for a year. Yeah, I've been in drill parades. The way that they were quote unquote, marching in that army parade, that was no parade. That was not marching. I should
Thanks
say.
for planning my party, Joe.
Yeah. Thanks for parking my party, Joe. We're gonna make it better.
For parking my planet? Is that what you said?
What?
You say for parking my planet?
Did I just Liz Dexia that one? Sorry.
Yeah, you did.
I'm old.
You did.
Clip it and move on. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see.
What's next?
I got a few things here. We got some archaeology. The submerged blocks of Alexandria's ancient lighthouse lifted from the seafloor. So Alexandria in Egypt, built in the 3rd century BC, the lighthouse of Alexandria was one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, reaching a height of 330 feet. I think that's about as tall as the Statue of Liberty. It was one of the world's tallest man-made structures for centuries until it was toppled by earthquakes around the 14th century. Its ruins were rediscovered by underwater archaeologists beneath Alexandria Harbor in 1994. Now, according to a statement released by La Fondation des Sols Systèmes, a team from the French National Center for Scientific Research has lifted 22 of the monument's massive submerged blocks from the seafloor. These include monumental door lintels and jambs that weigh 70 to 80 tons each, as well as a previously unknown. Yeah, it's like, yeah, this thing had like, yeah, this thing was known for like having like these gigantic doors that you can fit like, you know, great structures through them. So it's just everything about like the mythology of of Alexandria is quite extraordinary. As well as previously unknown pylon, which an Egyptian-style door, a team from the Pharaohs Project are planning to study and scan each architectural element, adding them to the collection of 100 blocks that have already been digitized underwater. By stitching these images together, researchers are hoping to create a virtual model of the lighthouse that they hope will provide new clues about its construction, design, and ultimate collapse. So, yeah, that happened. Neat.
That's cool as hell. Wait, so
Yeah.
what is the story of Alexandria?
Well, Alexandria was like this ancient Egyptian city that was like, basically it was, it wasn't destroyed in an earthquake, it was razed from invaders. And like the library of Alexandria was like this myth, like this legendary library that claimed to basically have all of the knowledge of the known world within it. And then it was burned by invaders and nothing survived. So it's like one of those things where it's like we basically lost the initial, like the history of like the history of prehistory, essentially, is what we lost when the library burned. So I don't know the full details. I can look it up though. We can look it up. Let's do a wiki on it. The Great Library of Alexandria in Egypt was one of the largest and most significant libraries in the ancient world. The library is part of a larger research institution called the Mosion, which was dedicated to the Muses, the 9 goddesses of the arts. The idea of a universal library in Alexandria may have been proposed by Demetrius of Phalerum, an exiled Athenian statesman living in Alexandria, but Ptolemy the First Soter, who may have established plans for the library, but the library itself was probably not built until the reign of his son, Ptolemy II Philadelphus. The library quickly acquired many papyrus scrolls, owing largely to the Ptolemaic kings' aggressive and well-funded policies for procuring texts. It is unknown precisely how many scrolls were housed at any given time, but estimates range from 40 to 400,000.
Holy wow.
40,000 to 400,000 at its height. Alexandria came to be regarded as the capital of knowledge and learning. That's what I was saying. Like it was like the Smithsonian or the Library of Congress of the ancient world is what this place was, essentially. Many important influential scholars worked at the library during the 3rd and 2nd centuries BC, including Zenodotus of Ephesus, who worked towards standardizing the works of Homer, Callimachus, who wrote the Pinakies, and sometimes considered the world's first library catalog, Apollonius of Rhodes, who composed the epic poem, the Argonautica. So all these people, the influence. So you can get an idea of like how significant this place was. And then if there should be a part on how it died. Keep going. Decline. Burning by Julius Caesar. So in 48 BC, during Caesar's civil war, Julius Caesar was besieged at Alexandria. His soldiers set fire to some of the Egyptian ships docked in the Alexandrian port while trying to clear the wharves to block the fleet belonging to Cleopatra's brother Ptolemy XIV. This fire purportedly spread to the parts of the city nearest to the docks, causing considerable devastation in that area. The 1st century AD Roman playwright and Stoic philosopher Seneca the Younger quotes Levy's Ab Urb Condita Libri, which was written between 63 and 14 BC, as saying that the fire started by Caesar destroyed 40,000 scrolls from the Library of Alexandria. The Greek middle Platonist Plutarch writes in his Life of Caesar that when the enemy endeavored to cut off his communication by sea, he was forced to divert that danger by setting fire to his ships, which, after burning the docks, then spread on and destroyed the great library. The Roman historian Cassius Dio, however, writes that many places were set on fire with the result that, along with other buildings, the dockyards and storehouses of grains and books, said to be great in number and of the finest, were burned. So, yeah. It was basically burned as part of an escape by Julius Caesar. So, yeah, that's all that ancient knowledge just gone. So, yeah. but this is the thing. This is where there's also this famous lighthouse at the city because it was a coastal city. So it had one of the largest lighthouses on the planet. It's also like the island. It's like I think it's the island of Rhodes, where it's like the famous statue of Rhodes was, which is I think another Colossus of Rhodes. That's what it's called. Fuck you, AI summary. The Colossus of Rhodes. Let's see. Was a statue of the Greek sun god Helios, erected by the city of Rhodes on the Greek island of the same name by Charles of Lindos in 280 BC. One of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. So that was like right there in the same area, essentially. And then, yeah, it was completely destroyed by the Muzzies. So, yeah, just interesting. I just think it's interesting. I think we both find this shit interesting. Now, you recently traded in your Honda for a Ford.
I sure did. And because of it, now I get Ford news.
You get Ford, yeah. So Rosa gets news about Ford now, and she actually came across an interesting article, which is this: Ford workers told their CEO that none of the young people want to work here. So Jim Farley took a page out of the founder's playbook. So some economists. Yeah, you can read this.
So, Ford CEO Jim Farley learned from other employees that some young workers at the car maker were taking shifts at Amazon to make ends meet. He said at the Aspen Ideas Festival, Farley said he drew on founder Henry Ford's decision to raise factory wages to $5 a day in 1914 to make temporary workers into full-time employees. Young people had previously eschewed manufacturing jobs due to low wages. Some economists credit carmaker Henry Ford for jump-starting the American middle class in the 20th century. In January 1914, he hiked factory wages to $5, more than double the average wage for an 8-hour workday. More than 100 years later, facing the reality of many employees barely getting by, Ford CEO Jim Farley said he took a page out of the founder's playbook. The carmaker's chief executive recognized the need to make a change in his workplace when he spoke to veteran employees during the union contract negotiations and learned young Ford employees were working multiple jobs and getting inadequate sleep due to low wages. Farley said in an interview with journalist and biographer Walter Isaacson at the Aspen Idea Festivals on Friday. The older workers who'd been at the company said, "None of the young people want to work here, Jim. You pay $17 an hour, and they're so stressed," Farley said. Farley learned some workers also held jobs at Amazon, where they worked for 8 hours before clocking into a 7-hour shift at Ford, sleeping for only 3 or 4 hours. As a result, the company made temporary workers into full-time employees, making them eligible for higher wages, profit-sharing checks, and better healthcare coverage. The transition was outlined in 2019 contract negotiations with the United Auto Workers, UAW, with temporary workers able to become full-time after 2 years of continuous employment at Ford. This is really, really good because it's basically saying like we're bringing back loyalty, what do you call it? Promotions, right? Where like you work at a company long enough and like you're doing a good job, you get promoted, right? And for the longest time, like I say the longest time, but like in just the last 10 or so years, we've seen a huge shift in all labor, like in all labor jobs or all service jobs or just really just jobs in general, where people seem to be valued more for how often they jump between jobs to try to get higher pay than their last job than for sticking around and actually learning a trade, right? And
building a career as well.
Yeah, building a career.
Not just having a bunch of jobs.
Yeah, exactly. Like, people are now valued for how many things are on the resume rather than how long they've been at those things at the resume. And I've seen this firsthand where, like, when I was working at GameStop, GameStop started to hire a completely, like, what's what I'm looking for? Out of house, right? Instead of being promoting someone in house. To just hire someone into an assistant manager position, to be a co-assistant manager to me at the mall that I was working at, to be a second assistant manager alongside me, to help our manager run a busy mall store. And it was a fucking mess because dude was fucking useless. He had like so many things on his resume, but if you actually looked at it for like more than 10 seconds, you'd notice that every place that he worked at on his resume, he worked at for like a couple months, right? So it's just like,
sounds like I kept getting fired over and over again.
Yeah, and it's just like, dude, how do you look at a resume like that and be like, oh yeah, this guy's worked at a lot of different places. This guy has a lot of skills. It's like, no, this guy just fucking hops from place to place, trying to get a better job than the one he had before, without any skills, and then just bullshit his way into fucking success.
Yeah, he's either unstable in his ability to maintain his jobs, or he's disloyal.
Well, right away he tried to get me fired for doing my job. It was because I was capable of managing all the things I had to do, and he wasn't, and he felt like I was putting a lot of work onto him, even though I was doing most of the work every day. Right? He tried to constantly say that like I wasn't doing the shit I was supposed to do because I wasn't helping employees. Because I was doing the work that I gave him to do that he wasn't doing. No, sorry, I wasn't helping employees because I wasn't helping customers around the store as much as I quote unquote should have. But it was only because I was doing all of the other busy work that has to get done, right? That I had him do so he can learn how to do it, and then he wasn't doing it.
Yeah,
and it was a huge fucking mess.
It also goes in with like
on me last minute too. So there was a lot of split second like
he was a
decisions,
flake as well.
And he'd always do this shit while the manager was out. So I had to, like, on the outside, it looked great on me because I was able to handle a lot of like really like high stress situations that he made for me. But like, what a fucking imbecile!
Yeah.
You know, and there's a lot of fucking imbeciles like that just get their jobs. And here's the thing, right? Like, even when I think of like how I got promoted through GameStop, right? Every time I got promoted was because I started talking about how I'm thinking about getting a new job, how I'm thinking about quitting, how I'm thinking about leaving. And that's when you get promoted. Because if you just sit in your spot and you're happy about it, the higher ups, they don't want to, you know, pay you more money. If you're doing a good job as is, so they want to keep you there and then find someone else to do a good job in the higher position. Because why the fuck would they want to replace you if you're already doing a good job? Why would they want to promote you and reward you when you're doing a good job?
That cog is perfectly fit and well greased. We don't want to fuck with it.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's the issue there. That I realized. It's like every single time I got promoted is because I was thinking about quitting.
Like the only time I got like any kind of like a significant raise was that I basically set, motion about getting another job somewhere. Like, oh no, we want you here. Here, we'll give you like this massive raise instead of just the paltry little end of year, keep up with inflation that doesn't actually keep up with inflation raise that they always do. And it's
we didn't even get those.
Yeah,
like GameStop.
Yeah, GameStop is. I heard rumors that they're actually they're going to try to get into the arcade business, which is interesting. Might end up working for GameStop in the end as a franchisee. Wouldn't that be wild?
Maybe.
I mean, maybe. Who knows? But anyway, like it also goes to like something I can't stand is like the professional manager. Like the middle manager who just kind of worms their way throughout various industries and financial sectors and stuff like that. And they keep moving into these middle management positions and sometimes like high management positions. And we see that a lot actually, like with people get
in an industry that they didn't work their way up through. So they don't know what the fuck.
Exactly. They don't know the nuances of the businesses they're getting into. They don't know like the unwritten rules and knowledge bases and procedures and stuff like that go on inside a company. They don't know the people. They don't have a rapport with the people. You know what I mean? They don't have a trust. They don't have a trust base with the people.
Before the district manager that promoted me to manager, I worked for another district manager who was this lady, and she, being a district manager for GameStop was her side job. Her main job was being a waitress at a restaurant.
Hey, I mean, waitresses make decent money.
Yeah, it's true. But she didn't know anything about anything involving GameStop, to the point where, like, my manager and I had to sit her down and be like, well, what you're asking us to do doesn't make any sense, and here's why. And we sat there and started explaining to her how stuff works. Mm-hmm. She was like, oh, okay. Let me bring this to the rest of the stores. It's like, okay. So then she understood that she was ignorant, but it's like she clearly didn't belong in that position.
Yeah, because she didn't do, like, that's the thing, like, to be a good manager, you have to have, like, a good understanding of all the different tasks and job positions that you manage, So, and that's why, like, whenever there's, like, a new manager that comes in from a third party, they just come in out of nowhere, they're just like, that's the manager now, who the hell are they? They came from this company. Like, fuck. They suddenly, like, everything becomes like extremely like red tapey and bureaucratic and proceduralized. Yep. You know what I mean? Because that manager has nothing else that they can do to facilitate, the tasks. They don't have the rapport. They don't have a trust base. They don't have an innate knowledge of the nuances of the operation. They don't know the nuances of the business that they move into. So all of they have is procedure,
Yep.
And it's just...
Dude, I'll never forget when I asked that same district manager to teach me how to do something, right? Because I was just trying to get promoted during that time to key holder. Mm-hmm. And there's like this whole system and stuff like that, right? And I remember I had a question, and then one of my other key holders was like, oh, I don't know, the district manager, you want to ask her? And I asked her, and she was like, oh, I don't know how to do this. And then she started looking into it on the computer, and I was like, it's okay. I think I'm smarter than you, and I can figure it out faster just by myself than waiting for you to figure it out.
Yeah.
So I was like, no, it's okay. I'll figure it out. And then I just sat there and just had to teach myself. because
Yeah.
the district manager really didn't know fucking jack shit. Meanwhile, the one that we get after that, he actually knew everything. He knew all the ins and outs. He was a great district manager as a result because he understood everything.
Right. Yeah. He came up through the business, so he like worked that's the thing. Like, you should have worked at least one of the jobs that you're going to be managing, because then like you can always tell like when people have never worked a day in their life in like any kind of a service industry, because they
you can tell. Whenever we get like corpo visits where we're like upper management would like basically come in and like look at stuff, and we'd have the HR people, and we'd have the this people, and we'd have the that people, and we'd have like basically people from like different like groups of like the higher management of GameStop. There was one guy, I can't remember if he was like, I think he might have been the vice president actually of GameStop, but his story is like amazing because he started out in the company as a seasonal, so he's literally been through the entire process.
The whole every single he has climbed every single rung of the ladder available to get to where he got.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is the way it should be done. That's exactly the way it should be done.
Yeah, he was always super respectful to like all the employees, and he, and if he was really cool, because I remember like during holiday, during like Christmas time, we had lots of people. He actually like got behind a register at one point and was like, "Oh shit, let me help you out." And he talked to customers, and you could tell that he had the experience, while all the other fucking like bigwigs were just standing around and being like,
Yeah, you can tell that he'd worked registers before. Yeah.
Yeah, like you can tell that he knew what he was doing. He knew how to talk to people. He had all the skills. He wasn't just a guy who used to be in an office, and then when you're surrounded by a crowd, he's like, I mean, it's good for business, and just kind of sits in the corner and like looks awkward while staring at the store full of people, right? He was the only guy who was actually like being amicable with everyone else, and actually like knew how to do service.
Yeah. And that's exactly the way it should be done. It should be done like, because it not only like demonstrates competence in the positions that you get elevated into over time, but what it also does is it projects an era of inspiration among all those on the ladder rungs underneath you. Because what it's saying, it's like, instead of all of the executive C-suiters and all the upper management people, they're just in an elite club, and they just cycle back and forth and treat companies like musical chairs, and they're just part of a millionaire club of executives that you, the plebs, just aren't going to be a part of. You know what I mean? And instead of that, and that also breeds not only incompetence, but it breeds disloyalty amongst the employees as well, but whereas you come up from that bottom rung and you climb that whole fucking ladder, and it's like a completely vertical path essentially. It also indicates to all the people not just confidence and competence, but also any one of you can do what I did. You know what I mean? Like, there is a reason to be loyal to this company, because you could advance, and you can advance all the way to the top. And the thing is, the vast majority of people, vast majority of people, don't want to reach the top. The vast majority of people want to kind of settle somewhere in the middle. I know that's where I'm at. I know for a fact that I was my last job. I left my last job because they started grooming me to be a part of the C-suite, and I was like, no. That is not my ambition, and if this is the position that the direction you're going to push me in, then I'm going to move on, but it gets like, there are so many like good things that come out of that kind of trajectory than just, here's a new executive, came from another company, and he's going to do great. And it's like, well, who the fuck is this guy? No, he's not. Like, but yeah. Anyway, you want to read the rest of the article?
Yeah.
Let's see. This was it. This is where you left off.
Oh yeah. What was he to do for all he said? It was expensive, but I think that's the kind of changes we need to make in our country. Ford's own decision to double factory wages in 1914 was not altruistic, but rather a strategy to attract a stable workforce, as well as provide a stimulus for his own workers to be able to afford Ford products. He said, I'm doing this because I want my factory workers to buy my cars. If they make enough money, they'll buy my own product, Farley said. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy in a way. Trouble attracting young trade workers. Farley, a proponent of growing U.S. manufacturing productivity to support the essential economy, has advocated for young workers to have strong trade experiences. Our governments have to get really serious about investing in trade schools and skilled trades, he said. You go to Germany, every one of our factory workers has an apprentice starting in junior high school. Every one of those jobs has a person behind it for 8 years that is trained. Despite the U.S. seeing 3.8 million new manufacturing jobs by 2033, according to
Deloitte?
Deloitte?
I think the T's are silent.
The younger generation of workers has largely turned away from the career path. Gen Z enrollment in trade schools is on the rise, but the newest generation entering the workforce is largely eschewing factory jobs, citing low wages, according to a 2023 Sorter Analytics study. U.S. manufacturing jobs in the U.S. have an average of $25 per hour wage, about $51,000 per year, falling short of the average American salary of $66,000. Yeah, that's not great.
I thought that the average American salary was lower than this. I thought it was like 45 or something like that, but I guess I'm wrong.
It probably was a couple years ago, and then, inflation happens, so the rate goes up, and so it looks like it's higher, but it's worth the same amount.
Right. It doesn't feel higher when the cost of everything goes up with it.
Exactly.
25 for an hour isn't awful. It really isn't. But the thing is that like
not bad.
But it's factory work though. This is backbreaking work. Yeah.
So 25 per hour isn't far off from what I was making as a GameStop manager.
Mm-hmm.
That's not far off from what some GameStop managers that I knew were making.
But like this sentiment towards the trade schools is huge. That's like, yes, we have got to re-emphasize, because right now,
I think we need to bring back apprenticeships. It's like what it really is. Like apprenticeship programs.
Well, he's talking about a lot of things here. He's going through it kind of quick, but he's talking about a lot of things here. He's talking about how and this is like when you couple this, especially with like current, movements to deport illegals and stuff like that. There's a lot of these jobs that companies are going to have to start paying American workers to do. And if you're going to do that, you're going to have to give them a livable wage, and that's just something you're going to have to figure out how to do. Like the days of now. Here's the only other I would say like stick in the cogs for this one is what's going on at Microsoft right now, because like there's all this news about like 9,000. I think it's actually more than 9,000 now jobs being eliminated at Microsoft. But that's actually not the case. They're not eliminating those jobs. They're replacing them with H-1B visa workers. And they're doing it to be able to find extra funds for AI development. That's what's happening over at Microsoft. Is they literally laid off like thousands and thousands of people, and then they literally put in applications for the same amount of H-1B visas with the same job titles. So it's literally replacing the American workforce with cheap Indian labor is basically what this is. That's what's happening. And they're using AI. And the CEO of Microsoft is an Indian, by the way. And they're using we need to find more money to fund AI. That's the reasoning for it, they're saying. So it's like, this is vile. This H-1B visa system is so disgustingly abused in like anti-native population. It needs to be severely curtailed. But besides that, American companies are like the golden age of basically being able to just import essentially like a low-wage slave class to do the jobs for your companies. That's coming to an end sooner or later. And you're going to have to adjust your finances to be able to actually pay like a livable wage to American workers locally. And I think that what Ford is doing here is he's trying to set the groundwork for that. It's like we need to reestablish the importance of trades, and we need to pay people who go into the trades a good damn wage so that they're actually incentivized to go into it. Because right now, maybe the kids are getting scammed left and right. Basically, they're being told like the only way for you to make it in this world is to go get a useless college degree and live in six-figure college debt for the rest of your life. That's the current pipeline. That cannot stand. Cannot stand. We need to reemphasize the trades. And companies also need to understand that, if they're going to pay their employees high values like this, they need to be, they need to incentivize loyalty, because that's what makes it worth paying them that much. But they also need to reinvest in training. A lot of companies these days, American companies especially, are just flat out unwilling to train new people in any. It's just they just expect you to have every single bit of nuanced knowledge about their specific field of manufacturing and company right out of college. They don't want to have to train you at all, because they don't want to train. Spend a bunch of money and time training an employee, and then that employee jumps ships a year later for another job, and that new employer doesn't have to train them because they've already been trained. So it's like, well, then establish loyalty incentives. Like, there are things that you can do to make this worth your while.
You could also just, it's really, here's the thing, like, that's such like a bullshit fucking excuse too, because you can so easily be like, hey, we'll pay for your training, but you have a contract with us. You have to work with us for this long period of time.
Yeah,
like for a year, for 2 years, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's so easy to do stuff like that, where it's like, this is the
oil
way that you
companies
pay for
do
this
that.
training. Yeah, it's really, really simple. It's like we're gonna pay you your wages, but aside from those wages, we're also going to train you, and that training, the way that you're gonna pay for that training, is with time. You're gonna pay for that with time. It's gonna be 2 years that you have to work with us. We're gonna pay you the entire 2 years. Right, but you are basically indebted to us for those 2 years. Until you pay off those 2 years, you're not allowed to leave this job. Simple as. You can't quit.
And the oil companies do this, like Shell and Exxon, these oil drilling companies. I know because it happened to a bunch of my former colleagues back when I was a geologist who ended up in the mining industry, which is different. The mining industry is very much a bachelor's and master's degree geology sector. The oil industry is a PhD sector. Okay. And a bunch of my colleagues would basically strike deals. They would find contacts with the oil companies and stuff like that. And the oil company would say, okay, we want you to work for us. We are going to basically say, you're going to work for us. We're going to hire you. But we're also going to pay for your PhD. But your PhD is essentially going to be about our oil. And we're going to pay for all your schooling. And that basically means that the entire time that they are in school for their PhD is getting funded by the company, and they had to keep working for that company the whole time. And they had to commit to a certain time frame after the fact, like in terms of finances, basically. It's saying, like, if you want full, like all that PhD, like fully paid for, then you need to stick with us for at least 4 years after you graduate. Obviously, we can't force you to stay and work for the company. Yeah, but if you leave, whatever the difference remaining is on you. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a great way to do the incentive, because it's just like, it incentives you to stay, obviously, right? And at the end of the day, you're not a fucking slave. If you want to leave, you can leave. It's just the burden of the cost of training you is now on you. So like that, the company that's hiring them doesn't have to deal with that risk. It's the smartest way to do it. It's the smartest way to do it.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And it's like, again, it brings back that more like, well, I mean, here's the thing. I am and never will be like a quote unquote company man. Like, I hate wearing like paraphernalia with like my company's logo and shit on it. Oh, I can't stand that. I feel so gross every time I do that. I had to do that up at the mine. I had to do that for my last job. I haven't had to do that for my current job because I'm a work from home, bougie person.
I have a GameStop, really nice soft GameStop hoodie that I was wearing to sleep literally the 2 days before you came to visit.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Some of the swag that they give you is nice. Don't get me wrong. And I do have some swag for my current company.
I'm actually wearing what I've been wearing all day since last night. I don't know if you've noticed, but this is actually one of Patho's old company shirts from the company that she used to work for.
Oh, I haven't noticed. You'll have to show it to me after the show.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, I drink, like, but like I have like thermoses and mugs and stuff like that, and I use those. But I don't like.
I remember the Nintendo representative for GameStop. He was really cool. As much as I hate Nintendo, the Nintendo like rep was really cool. Like for my area, and he once gave me a really nice Nintendo pen, and I used it until it broke because it was so good. It was such a good pen.
Yeah.
The PlayStation representative gave me a stress ball.
That seems appropriate. I get I've said this before, but I work like adjacent to the airline industry, and I got a fidget spinner that was like a plane propeller.
That's cool.
Yeah.
You bring my backpack from outside.
Your what?
My backpack.
I'll be right back.
On the kitchen table.
Okay. By the way, Archie is like dead asleep on the desk. But yeah, let me read the chat here. Imagine a game dev student that took apprenticeships instead of college grads. Man, that's the thing. But you inculcate a better, like, just a better vibe of camaraderie when you do that kind of thing. Rock and Stone. Apprentices get shit money, so by the time they hit year 2 of their apprenticeship, they bring in more money than they cost. And switching companies during training is hard. Yeah, once you're like in the pipeline of a certain company's training regime, you're stuck there essentially. Like, that is a commitment, because every company you go to, if you have to go through the training courses, you have to go through their pipeline from the beginning, no matter what. Like, that's just the way it is. You either go through the whole pipeline, or you don't. So like, it's really like an incentive to like not bail in the middle of your training, because that means you're going to have to start training all over again. So yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I'm just going to keep reading here. You go to Germany, despite the U.S. seeing 3.8 million new manufacturing jobs in 2033, according to Deloitte and the Manufacturing Institute, the younger generation of workers has largely turned away from the career path. We already read all that. Okay. American car makers like Ford may be trying to make it appealing for young workers to embark on manufacturing careers. They're still not immune to workers' grievances over wages.
I'm back. Bitch!
That's the thing. Like, another thing that I saw that's part of the big, beautiful bill that got passed, that I just saw like an hour before we went live, is that the student loans are now capped. Like, there's a maximum dollar value you can get from student loans.
Okay.
Yeah. So like, and I think it's at like 50,000. I think is the maximum you can get. And that's like total. That's not like year to. Wait, is it year to year? It might be year to year. I can't remember, but it's capped either way. And so like, all the people are like, oh, you're gonna like, they need more funding so they can go get their degrees and stuff like that. And it's like,
well, hold on. Here's what's gonna happen. The fucking cost of those fucking degrees is gonna fucking go down.
Exactly.
That's what's all gonna fucking happening. The only reason why these fucking schools charge up the fucking ass is because they know that they're in fucking bed with the fucking banks. No fucking doubt.
Yeah.
To fucking be like, oh yeah, we'll charge this bajillion of money for like to go to school, and then you can get money. We get that money from you, and then you can collect that money for the rest of that person's fucking life.
Well, what's happening is the loans are guaranteed, and they have no cap, essentially. So It's like basically someone who's interested in a degree program, as long as they get admitted, they can just go apply for whatever amount loan they need to fund that entire program, and they're like guaranteed to get it. So if you have that guarantee, then of course, if you're a school, you're guaranteed that tuition. So of course you're gonna skyrocket the price because you're gonna get that money no matter what. It's
exactly.
a bullshit system. So like by capping the student loans, it's gonna force these universities to drop their prices back down. That's what it's going to do.
Yeah, because people are not going to be able to just guaranteed afford it.
Exactly.
Or well, better said, people are not going to be able to guaranteed get the money to afford it.
Mm-hmm.
Quote unquote, and then end up in debt for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, but I think a lot. What also it's doing is that like more and more, if the wages in the trades become attractive, there's plenty of young people who will just go into the trades instead of going through the rigmarole of college degrees and all the bullshit that goes with that, and all that kind of stuff. Like it's like, no, I'll just go get an apprenticeship, and in 2 years I'll be making $80K. Like I'll be making $80K by the time I'm 21 years old by learning to be a plumber through an apprenticeship program. Done.
Yeah.
A lot of people will take that up. I mean, that's literally what my dad did. My dad's a lifelong auto mechanic. Now, here's the thing with the trades. Here's the thing with the trades. And my dad and his brother are actually great examples of this, because my brother has a PhD. He's a teacher in a college, and his wife is a teacher as well, et cetera, et cetera. And here's the thing: is that while my uncle, my dad's brother, was like struggling for years and years and years out of college, essentially, because he just wasn't making very much money doing what he was doing. My dad was, because my dad was an auto mechanic, and so he was like out of high school. He was, back in the fucking 70s. He was pulling like between 50 and 60K, maybe a little less. But and then by the time 3 or 4 years in, he was making 70, 80K, which, and at that point you're talking like late 70s, early 80s. That's damn good money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
My uncle, in the meantime, was like barely pushing 60. You know what I mean? But over time, my uncle surpassed him, because when you do have those, those more niche degree requiring jobs and stuff like that, your money making potential is much higher. It just takes much longer to get there, to realize that potential. Whereas in the trades, you realize it quicker, much quicker, but it levels off at a much lower rate as well, if that makes sense. But again, as long as you pay people enough where 3, 4, 5 years down the line, they can live comfortably, they can have what they want to have in a modest way. People aren't going to complain. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you don't need to be making $120,000, $30,000, $40,000 to be living comfortably. You don't need that unless you live in San Francisco. Which, get the fuck out of San Francisco. Why are you in San Francisco? You just don't need to make that kind of money. Most people, and there's studies about this, that there's a level, like once you reach this level of income, the way you live your life day to day changes very, very, very little beyond that threshold, essentially. I think the threshold that I heard the last time, I'm sure it's changed, was $90,000. And what that means is that someone making $90,000, the day-to-day lifestyle of somebody making $90,000 is very, 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 very similar to the person making $250,000, essentially. Because it like plateaus, essentially.
Yeah.
So, but it's like, if you can make these trades attractive, you can basically break the scam system of the universities, which I'm all for. My God. So, let's finish off this article.
What was it read?
I just reread the paragraph before you left.
Oh, okay. American
this is it right
carmakers
here.
like Ford. maybe trying to make it appealing for young workers to embark on fashion careers, but they're still not immune to worker grievances over the wages. 2023, thousands of UAW members, including 16,604 employees, went on strike before reaching the contract deal in October of that year, which, beyond increasing wages, also further decreased the periods of time necessary for a temp worker to become full-time. Farley called the strike completely unnecessary from management's perspective, and maintained the onus.
Mm-hmm.
And maintained that the onus of improving trade workers' wages isn't just on Ford. We're not just going to hope it gets better, he said. We have the resources and we have the know-how after 120 years to solve these problems. But we need to help. But we need more help from others.
Mm-hmm. He's basically saying like other industries need to do this for it to work.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's like him, like just his company. He's taking a huge risk by doing this because there's every chance that he does this and it doesn't cause the outcome that it did when Henry Ford did it way back in the day, where it totally revolutionized the way that we work in America.
Right.
It created the 5-day 40-hour work week.
Yep.
Right, and all that, and it it's something that to this day is still the system that we use. You know.
Yep. Absolutely right. Yeah, that was actually a very interesting article.
Yep.
Okay. Let's go back to archaeology. Gas workers digging beneath the streets of Lima stumble upon a 1,000-year-old mummy with dark brown hair. The burial belonged to a child who may have lived among fishermen for the Chancay culture, which thrived in Peru before the rise of the Inca Empire. And it's like, man, like that's actually like creepily well preserved.
Yeah.
So it says, while installing new pipes in Lima, Peru, utility workers stumbled upon a pre-Inca burial, a mummy of a child between ages 10 and 15 who had been resting undisturbed for 1,000 years. Located approximately 4 feet beneath the surface, the mummy was found in a seated position. Wisps of dark brown hair were still visible on the child's head, so even like the hair was preserved. The burial and the object corresponds to a style that developed between 1000 and 1200. Archaeologist Jesus Bahamonde, scientific coordinator for the gas company Calida, tells agents... Calida. Tells Agence France Presse. Workers made the discovery while expanding a network of natural gas pipelines in the city's Puente de Piedra district. The area used to be covered by agricultural fields, but in recent years it has been developed into a residential neighborhood. In mid-June, the workers first unearthed the trunk of Porango tree, which once served as a tomb marker. At a depth of roughly 20 inches, Bahamonde adds, the mummy was wrapped in a shroud a few feet below the trunk. Nearby, workers found grave goods such as ceramic plates, pots, and jugs. In some of these plates and bowls, crustacean remains such as crabs have been found, which will help archaeologists learn some more about the individual's diet. Some of the ceramics were adorned with geometric patterns and images of fishermen. According to the Associated Press, Bahamonde thinks the mummy, which was facing west toward the sea, belonged to a community of fishermen from the Chancay culture. Before the rise of the Inca Empire in the 15th century, the Chancay culture thrived on the Peruvian coast between roughly 1000 and 1500. Europeans arrived in the region in the 16th century, and the area has since grown into a thriving city with a population of roughly 10 million. Because of Lima's rich history, companies like Calida are required to hire archaeologists to supervise digs. The discovery reminds us that every project is an opportunity to protect what lies below our feet, says Calida in a statement.
I'm always like, whenever I hear things like the Inca Empire in the 15th century, like my brain always gets like a bit of like whiplash, because I always forget that while Europe was like very structured by this point in time, the Americas were very much like a tribal peoples, and with very little structure. And it's like I always like I hear these things, I'm like, yes, the Inca Empire and the blah blah blah. And my head is like, oh yes, this ancient history, and it's like, oh yeah, it's the 1500s. It's like the 15th century.
It's only 500 years ago, not even a millennium.
Yeah, it's like Europe has been, like you know, it's crazy to me just how behind.
Yeah, I mean, it's like they they had structure in society and they build things and that kind of stuff, but it's very still much of the ancient world. Like if you give them another 500 years, how much are they going to advance? Do you think they would reach what Europe reached? Probably not.
No.
So it is wild. And just like we see that today, like with there's still like tribes in the Amazon and shit like that are like living in like literally like Stone Age. Maybe not Stone Age. A little post Stone Age, essentially. But they're extremely primitive in some places in the world to this day.
I find it so like bizarre.
Like there are cargo cults alive today. There's the island of Senegal that exists today. Like we are living side by side today with ancient civilizations, and it's really weird to like try to wrap your brain around that. So let's see. And the company began building natural gas pipelines in the city about a decade ago, and its workers have since unearthed more than 2,200 archaeological discoveries, which have been preserved under the supervision of Peru's Ministry of Culture. It is very common to find archaeological remains on the Peruvian coast, including Lima, mainly funerary elements, tombs, burials, and among these, mummified individuals. Van Dalen, that was said by this Van Dalen guy, who's the dean of the College of Archaeologists of Peru. Van Dalen explains that many centuries-old mummies of this kind were preserved naturally, their skin dehydrated by the hot climate. Meanwhile, those that were mummified intentionally are typically found in a seated position with their hands over their faces. Ugh, that's creepy. Peru's most famous why is that? Why would they mummify them in a seated position with their hands covering their faces? Why is that? That's interesting. Peru's most famous archaeological site is Machu Picchu, the ancient Inca citadel built in the Andes Mountains in the 15th century. But the country is also home to tens of thousands of other archaeological sites spanning 3,000 years of history. Hundreds can be found in Lima alone. More are surfacing as the city grows. In recent years, crews have made archaeological discoveries during construction at airports, courthouses, and even private homes, as the New York Times Mitratage reported in 2022. In Lima, 3,000 years of history are literally just beneath our feet. We've made findings in nearly every district. That's freaking cool. Man, and so if you want to be an archaeologist, this is a place to go. So, I remember like when I was a geologist though, there was an archaeological protocol that we had to follow. Like if we were, so I worked in what's called a brownfield. A brownfield is basically a site that's already been worked. It's already got structure and infrastructure to it. We're just building on from it, essentially. And that's opposed to a greenfield, which is a brand new, untouched site. And we had things where, like, if you see, like, old rusty cans and shit like that, I'm talking about, like literally, like, cans of corn and baked beans and shit, right? We had to report that. We had to catalog that, take pictures of it, and then report it to the archaeological authority or whatever, because like if a place is there are certain criteria that basically enable the classification as like a site of archaeological significance or like an historic site or something like that, and then suddenly you're not allowed to dig, you're not allowed to do any mining and that kind of stuff, and if you're caught like fudging that or lying about it, then like you're in like real serious trouble. Right.
It makes sense. Like, there's every chance that you find a can and they look at the can. It's like, actually, this isn't like a modern can. This is a can from the ancient civilization. Can.
Well, like we're talking about like for in the United States, we're talking like the cowboy days. We're talking Red Dead Redemption. God forbid, I'm hiking around in New Austin in the modern day and I pick up one of John Marston's fucking discarded cans of corn because everybody littered back then. You know what I mean? But that constitutes an archaeological find, and it has to, and that's the thing, like because what you do is you take pictures of it and stuff like that, and then they try to date it. And if it's like, if they see that there's within a certain amount of space, there's enough items that are at least a certain amount of years old, then it fits the criteria to be called like an historical preservation site or whatever kind of site, et cetera, et cetera. And now there's all these laws and restrictions about what we can do there, and we had to be conscious of that when we were hiking around doing stuff. So,
That's cool.
yeah. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 more. I have 4 more for you. Man leaves camera in cave for 10 years.
Oh, I found this one.
Yeah, you found this one. Oh, go away.
No one prepared for what it captured. For 10 years, a camera has been sitting silently inside an abandoned grizzly bear den near Yellowstone, bearing witness to the wildlife visitors that pass by. Now, wildlife filmmaker Casey Anderson has shared that what the camera captured. The results were impressive. Anderson, 49, is known for his work tracking wildlife throughout the American West. He placed the camera in a cave more than a decade ago. At the time, it was a spontaneous decision made during a backcountry expedition, and he'd hoped to catch a glimpse of grizzlies reusing the den. Not only had bears returned, but so had mountain lions, coyotes, and a surprising variety of smaller animals, Anderson told Newsweek. One mountain lion in particular kept returning again and again, almost obsessively.
Well, they are territorial. They have a
With
territory.
2.2 million acres, the Yellowstone National Park is home to a series of wildlife including over 65 species of animals, including gray wolves, grizzly bears, black bears, mountain lions, and coyotes. It's also home to birds including bald eagles, golden eagles, and a number of species of owls, woodpeckers, warblers, and waterfowl. In 2023, Yellowstone National Park welcomed approximately 4.5 million recreational visitors, the second highest annual total in the park's history, as people flocked to catch a glimpse of the wildlife and landscapes.
Huh.
The camera ultimately fell victim to a bear's curiosity, but by then it had chronicled a vivid tapestry of animal behaviors across the seasons. Anderson's footage is now featured on his new YouTube channel, Endless Venture, where he promises more glimpses into the unseen world of wilderness life. This kind of discovery is what drives me, he said. I've spent my life locating wild places and setting up cameras to quietly observe what unfolds when no one is around. Bear's like, huh?
The bear is haunt, but man, dude, the cat is just on another level of like intimidating. Like this is scary. Yeah. Like even seeing this at night through a camera, it's like, oh god, I hope it doesn't see me.
It definitely does. He also shared a short clip of the discovery on Instagram where it has gained more than 512,000 views. People are amazed by the way the camera captured years of activity. So cool. Batteries lasted, said the bow.
That's what I was about to ask. Like, how does the camera work?
Yeah. My first question was, how the fuck did the batteries last for 10 years? My second question is, how the fuck did you store this 10 years worth of fucking data? I have to imagine that it was one of those cameras that only turns on when there's activity.
Mm-hmm. Well, it says it right here. It uses a Reconyx ultra-fire camera trap designed to capture 1080p HD video with audio and be completely weatherproof. The long-lasting battery and SD card data storage means it is perfect for capturing long-term wildlife footage like this. But this is 10 years. That's more than just long term. That's a decade, you know? Like, I don't care how good your battery is. That seems wild that it would be able to withstand that.
Reconyx Ultra Fire camera trap.
Oh, Deku, we covered that a buffalo goring a tourist earlier than the show. It was a little side note from one of them falling into one of the pits and boiling to death in front of tourists.
So these are like trail cams, basically.
Okay. The only thing I can think of is if it has like a solar charger or something like that.
They're known for their long battery life, potentially lasting for many months or even over a year. In the field with certain battery types, the specific battery life varies depending on factors like the type of batteries used, the frequency of images taken, and whether video or just photos are being captured.
You
Lithium
think maybe it had it
batteries.
like set up with a motion detector, so it only would turn on and record when there were
Yeah, that's
animals
what I
in
was
there?
thinking.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was thinking. So I thought it would have the yeah, because there's the frequency of image capture and whether you need video recording. So like so like battery life. So it has to be one of those things where it's like it only goes off when something like moves in front of it. It's not just constantly watching.
Hence why it's used for trail cams. Makes sense. Okay. Fair enough. Maybe, I mean, I am still surprised that even then it lasted as long as it did, but that's cool that it did.
Also, like that, I'm curious what like the fucking SD card that he used, how much space is on it. I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, that is a good question. Yes, because SD cards, I don't know, like, what's the biggest SD card you can get? I don't even know. Let me look. That's the thing, like, it's true, like, power and storage are, like, perplexing in this scenario. Let me go to Amazon. What's the biggest SD card I can buy off of Amazon, I wonder? Okay. Load. Oh, there we go. SD card. Go. 128 gigs, 64 gigs, 256 gigs. Full size, micro SDX. 256, 128. Nothing over a terabyte. Not even a terabyte. Because you can get terabyte US, thumb drives that store multiple terabytes of data. The one that I used to get down here was it was like $40 or something like that, and it was a 1 terabyte. It's a 1 terabyte thumb drive. So you can get quite a bit of storage on a thumb drive, but yeah, it looks like the biggest I can find is 256 gigs, which is a quarter of a terabyte. Man, maybe there just wasn't a lot of motion in this cave. I don't know. Cloud storage? Well, it's out in the middle of it's out in the middle of the wilderness, though. Like, you would have to get it hooked up to a satellite cloud system. I think he's storing it all locally.
Yes.
Yep. Oh, the kitten's stretching. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, that's the only thing I could think of. Because it captured it at 1080p. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. It's witchcraft. That's what it's all just witchcraft. I'll chalk it up to that. Why not? Okay. Okay, I have 1, 2, 3 more. Is it 3? Yes, 3. Just 3 more. Let me kind of purge all the extra stuff that I've opened up. That way I actually have room to open more new tabs if necessary. Okay. I don't know, because it says what it is. I'm just like, 10 years, huh? It's still kind of unbelievable, but kudos. What about it? It happened.
I'm back.
Great. Oh, okay. Welcome back. I was telling Chad how I went onto Amazon to look up what's the biggest SD card I can find on Amazon, and it's only 256 gigabytes.
Yeah,
So,
I don't understand how the fuck you catch video.
I don't either, because it's like you're out in the middle of the wilderness. So unless you're setting up with a satellite hub, you're not doing cloud storage.
Here's the thing. If I take a guess, it was left there for 10 years, but it did not capture video across 10 years.
Not
even close, if I take a guess.
Maybe.
He just picked it up after 10 years. And they didn't mention that a grizzly took it down.
That's true. Maybe he just came back years later and got it.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. It's a mystery. But either way, no matter how it got pulled off, it's cool that it got pulled off. All right. Now, let's talk. You know what I want to do? I want to save the one that you were like super excited about for last.
What?
Well, we got 3 more. So let's first talk about this one. Japan flights canceled amid impact of manga doomsday prediction. This is today. The rumors about an impending natural disaster sparked by an old comic book have hit Japan's tourism boom, leading some airlines to suspend flights to the country. Hong Kong's Greater Bay Airlines is one of them, announcing an indefinite suspension of flights to Tokushima on Wednesday. This follows the viral spread of predictions linked to a manga depicting a catastrophic earthquake and tsunami reportedly foreseen for July of 2025, according to Japan Today. So the downturn underscores how digital-era rumors can disrupt world economies by influencing consumer behavior, here curbing a significant boom in Japan's tourism sector. Japan logged an all-time monthly high of 3.9 million travelers in April, before arrivals fell in May, particularly from Hong Kong, where superstition over the manga's forecast drove an 11% year-on-year drop, according to the most recent data cited by Japan Today. The Steve Huen of Hong Kong-based EGL Tours said that the warnings circulated on social media had a significant impact, having as agencies Japan bookings. With tourism central to many regions' economies, persistent fears threatened both travel patterns and business revenues, despite reassurances from scientists and even the manga's creator. So, the trend originated from a manga titled The Future I Saw by Ryo Tatsuki. First published in 1999 and re-released in 2021, the comic's initial edition referenced a major natural disaster in March of 2011, the month Japan endured a deadly earthquake, tsunami. This is the Fukushima plant disaster, and nuclear disaster at Fukushima in Japan's northeast. Some readers now claim that the latest edition predicts a new catastrophe, specifically on July 5th, 2025, which is today, sparking waves of alarm on social media in Hong Kong and neighboring Asian territories.
They're like, he called it before. He called it before.
Yeah, this is like the manga. This is the mangaka Nostradamus right here. In Hong Kong, where fears about the prediction gained the most traction, some agencies reported dramatic reductions in Japan-bound travel. Steve Huen of EGL Tours said that the bookings had halved, only sustained by steep discounts and the introduction of earthquake insurance.
It's funny.
People are so superstitious about the catastrophic predictions of this manga that they're actually willing to buy insurance against the specific catastrophe. Holy shit. Greater Bay Airlines announced that it would suspend its service to Tokushima, Western Japan, from September, citing insufficient demand. Other carriers signaled similar moves. The trend was especially pronounced among travelers from Hong Kong, with Japanese government statistics confirming that an 11% decrease in arrivals from the region in May compared with the previous year, according to Reuters. Ryo Tatsuki, the manga's creator, issued a statement through her publisher denying she was a prophet and downplaying interpretations of her work. I am not a prophet, Tatsuki said. He can't say it more promptly than that. Seismologist Robert Geller from the University of Tokyo told Reuters that even scientifically based earthquake prediction was impossible, which is true. None of the predictions I've experienced in my scientific career have come close at all. He's self-damning himself there a bit. But here's the thing, though. He's not really, because everybody in geology knows that earthquakes are impossible to predict. So he's not, like, saying that I suck at my job here.
Yeah.
He emphasized accurate earthquake prediction remains scientifically impossible. Japan, positioned on the Pacific Ring of Fire, faces frequent seismic activity. over 900 minor earthquakes have hit islands off Kyushu's southern tip in recent days. However, scientific authorities stress that there is no credible basis for the July 2025 disaster forecast, according to Reuters. Despite the anxiety some travelers... Huh?
What if it happens? What if it happens?
Dude.
What if we go about our day and then tonight we find out in the news that there was like a major earthquake?
Well, it's 4 o'clock here, which means it's already tomorrow in Japan.
That's true.
It's already
right.
July 6th in Japan. So it did not
Nothing happened.
But I will say, if it did happen, I kind of wish it did happen.
Because I think it should be a profit to grift, yeah.
So Steve, I think that's basically it. So, and it's weird too, because it's like the superstition isn't coming out of Japan, it's coming out of Hong Kong. It's coming out of the Chinese, or I guess the true Chinese, I should say. If it actually happens, you wear a maid outfit. I'll put a maid outfit on. Wait, you mean IRL or the model? I'll do it on the model. I'm not doing it in IRL. Anyway.
Have my maid outfit? I think I do.
Okay. Free Hong Kong. Okay, I've got one more archaeology city, also out of Peru. And this one is way bigger. Archaeologists in Peru unveil a 3,500-year-old city that linked coast to Andes.
Oh, wow.
So archaeologists on Thursday unveiled a 3,500-year-old city in Peru that likely served as a trading hub linking Pacific Coast cultures with those in the Andes and Amazon, flourishing around the same time as early civilizations in the Middle East and Asia. Drone footage released by researchers shows the city center is marked by a circular structure on a hillside terrace with remains of stone and mud buildings constructed some 600 meters above sea level.
It's a 7! It's a 7! My eyes are good!
Oh, God.
Sorry.
The urban center named Penico, or Peñico. Peñico? Anybody say that? This. Read that for me.
Peñico.
Peñico. Is located in the northern...
It's an N. It's an N. Peñico.
Peñico. Yeah. It's weird with the I after it. Peñico. It's located in the northern Barranca province and was founded between 1800...
Barranca. You have to roll when it's 2 R's. There you go.
Barranca. Province and was founded between 1800 and 1500 BC. It is close to where the Corral civilization, the oldest in the Americas, developed 5,000 years ago. Corral, comprised of 32 monumental structures, is considered a contemporary of civilizations in Egypt, India, Samaria, and China. However, unlike them, it developed in complete isolation, according to researchers. Ruth Shady, the archaeologist who led the research into Peñico, said the newly unveiled city is key because experts believe it emerged after the Corral civilization was devastated by climate change. So there's like drone footage of it right there. That's like pretty well, easy to see what's going on there. They were situated in a strategic location for trade, for exchange with societies from the coast, the highlands, and the jungle, Shady said. Archaeologist Marco Machacque, a researcher with the Ministry of Culture, said at a news conference that Peñico's importance lies in it being the continuation of the Corral society. After 8 years of studies, researchers have identified up to 18 structures in Peñico, including ceremonial temples and residential complexes. The walls of a central plaza stand out for their sculptured reliefs and depictions of the patutu, a conch shell trumpet whose sound carries over long distances. In other buildings, researchers found clay sculptures of human and animal figures, ceremonial objects, and necklaces made from beads and seashells. Peru is a center of ancient cultures and home to archaeological sites such as the Inca ruins of Machu Picchu in Cusco and the mysterious Nazca vines located in the desert region along the country's central coast. So, yeah, a whole ass city was found. Or not, I guess it's not found. I think this has been under excavation for a while. I think they just
it was uncovered.
Unveiled it to the public, I think, at this point.
Yeah.
They're like just like they're releasing everything that they found at this point, and they're releasing the drone footage and all that kind of stuff. So, man,
Yeah.
Peru's hitting it big in the archaeology days this week.
Next picture.
Wait, what?
There's little arrows.
Oh yeah, you're right. There's more pictures. Let's do this. There we go. We have, so this is, oh wow, there's a description for each of them. So this first one, aerial view of the archaeological zone in the northern Barranca province.
Barranca.
So that's just an overview of the whole thing. And then we have a view of the archaeological zone in the northern Barranca province. The Thursday unveiled the 35. Oh, this is, oh, okay, so it's not giving specifics. Never mind. Whoa. Oh, that is cool. Look at that. There's like, you have like a full theater looking thing here. It looks like this leads up to like a temple or something like that. Wow. That is freaking cool. Yeah. Okay, so this square, man, all the individual steps. This is really well preserved.
Yeah.
That is this square right here.
Yeah.
And then, okay, so there's another view of the same thing.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's, wow. Very well preserved. That's freaking cool. This is a great dig. People dream of a find like this. Yeah, right? Like this is a career making dig right here. Holy crap. That is so freaking cool. But okay. I don't really have much. That's some advanced architecture. It is, right? It's like very like you have like these, you know, obviously the stairs, but you like have like these intricate terrace systems and stuff like that. And it looked like, if I go back to the first one, this looks like some kind of a tunnel structure here. So I'm curious, like how the circular amphitheater translates into these like courtyards on the other side. But it looks like these are like tunnels. So
I don't know if I call it amphitheater.
well, I guess an amphitheater would be, it's like an arena almost.
Yeah, arena's more like it.
And an amphitheater would be half of this, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is. And I'm trying to get an idea of like, there's a fence here. That's a modern fence. It's hard to tell. I want a better idea of the scale of this, you know. But it's like,
I wish we had like an angled view.
Well, here we have this, which is like the stairs.
Like
so
this, but zoomed out.
Yeah, so now you get an idea of like the stairs here of how, like, I think these are larger stairs. I think these look like normal size stairs roughly. So if you take that corner right there is like this corner right here, I think. So that gives you a kind of an idea of the scale of this thing. So this isn't like
That's
gigantic, cool. But it is like you know, it's big enough for fights or so a bazaar or all kinds of things in here, burials or religious things. There's all kinds of stuff. Yeah, that's freaking cool. I love this shit. And then that's only of this central bit here. There's also all these bits out here and this bit over here. Yeah, freaking cool. Okay, let's move on to one of these boilers.
Oh, no!
Yeah, so a YouTuber challenged his 69-year-old dad to beat Dark Souls to try and convince him video games aren't a waste of time. His dad beat it 9 months later and claimed it is thrilling in a way I never experienced before. Now he's hooked and is already playing Elden Ring.
Yep, he's got him playing Elden Ring. This channel, Babe 1, Babe 2, I actually randomly got... Yeah.
You know them. They know you.
Yes. I randomly got recommended these guys like forever ago because they had their first video that popped off and they came up on my feed and I was like, oh, these guys seem cool. And so I followed them. I think they were like a little over 1,000 at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And they have like a really quickly growing channel now because they have really, really good content, really good videos.
What are they at now?
I highly, highly recommend them, chat. Highly recommend them.
What are they at now?
You just look them up on YouTube. But yeah, I
a
wish I had more
couple.
time to interact with them. But yeah, they do like a couple channels. They're actually what inspired me to sort of convert my channel into like a couple channels between me and Pay.
Okay, they got 42,000 now.
Yeah, they're doing great. I'm glad to see them getting like recognition and stuff.
Well, you talking about these two, like I haven't watched them, but these are the two that actually inspire me to want to do the my dad. I'm in case you don't know, chat. I'm creating a new channel this month. Actually, this month
Oh
it's
yeah,
getting made.
oftentimes they would go live as like while we're doing this podcast. On
Really?
Saturdays. Like yeah, like they typically go like they go live like Saturday evenings pretty often.
Oh man!
And so oftentimes like when we're doing this podcast, I'd see that they're live, and I'd stop by and say hi and stuff, and then I'd come back to the podcast.
That's cool.
Like whenever like I have the time. But yeah, they're
Mhm.
they're really sweet people, just in general. They've stopped by my channel a couple times before.
When you described them to me and them inspiring to do what you did with Patho, it's actually what, because originally I was going to try to find like another just gamer VTuber that would like do like co-gaming streams with me essentially. But when you described this channel, I was like, I want to do a Let's Play channel with my dad. You know what I mean? And that's actually what inspired me to like actually do that. And so like we invested in like a bunch of money to get him like a competent setup essentially. And we do our first recording session next weekend actually. So
hell yeah.
Yeah, so that channel is actually gonna like the first video on that channel should go live before next month, like end of July.
Hell yeah, dude.
And it's because like you telling me about these guys essentially, and it's gonna be like a
really good, really solid videos. I highly recommend go to the video section real quick. Scroll down a little bit. A little more. Well, stop, up. I highly recommend the Dark Souls 2 Hitbox Debate Ends Now video. It's fucking great. Please go watch it.
Oh, right. They actually take your side on it?
It completely validates everything I've been saying.
That's funny. You should figure out a way to collab with them at some point.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really... Yeah, it'd be tough.
Do you remember that plan that I was trying to make of doing like the big like Elden Ring collab where everyone gets one life?
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was working on that, I was thinking about people I could invite to it. I was planning to like make it like just like an open invite for, well, not open invite, but I was planning to like just do like a big like Twitter post about it and be like, hey, who's interested in this? Yeah. But there were a few people I was thinking about like just DMing personally, and this is one of the few people I thought about inviting personally. If I ever do that, I will try to get them on for that. If I ever do finally go back and remod that, because I have to redo it since I moved. And also because there was an update. Because I was doing that before the DLC dropped. When the DLC dropped, it changed everything.
They get good views. 100,000 views, 60,000 views, 65,000.
Yeah, they've been doing great. Scroll all the way down. Like all the way down. You see the top 10 reasons people are bad at Dark Souls?
This.
Top left corner? Yeah, that's the video that ended up on my feed, and that's why I subbed to them.
Oh, like, okay. It's like I have like animation going on and all kinds of shit. Jeez. Okay. That's cool. Because I know that you've DM'd with them back and forth a little bit before. So like you're on each other's radar.
No,
you haven't? I thought you had.
In chat. Just in chat.
Oh, you just in chat? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah, they're very, very cool. They're very, very cool people.
Mm-hmm.
I highly, highly recommend their channel if you haven't spotted them before, chat. This isn't the first time I've recommended their channel. They're great. They're great. Mm-hmm. I'm really glad to see them getting recognition from Dixerto.
Yeah, I mean, this article got fucking 210,000 likes. Wait, what is it? Wait, no. No, 230,000 views.
Yeah, that's the actual article. If you scroll up, you'll see the actual post.
Oh, that's right. I'm on the... this one.
2.7 million views.
2.7 million views. 200. This is a huge post. So... Yeah.
Love to see it, dude.
It's really cool.
Love to see it.
So, yeah, I'm starting my dad off with Red Dead Redemption 2. So... that's all the news that I had. So, you want to do clips of the week?
Yes.
It might
if you
have
go to
to-
my bookmarks, you might find a few clips. But also, you should maybe be careful, so don't open my bookmarks on stream.
I was gonna say I'm not gonna open your
just-
bookmarks. I gotta think of how to get. What I need to do is I need to go open. This could take a little bit, chat, because I gotta get into my Twitter bookmarks, and then how do I do that? Nope, I don't want that. I want this. There we go. Bookmarks. I gotta do it from my phone. I gotta get the link from my phone into the Discord, because then I can pull it from the Discord. Okay, there's that one. So let me share that one. Man, I got quite a few animal-related ones this time, actually. Yeah, so just find the things and just stick them in the Discord, and then I can pull them all from there.
Hold on, I need to find the way to open Twitter on my phone first.
Oh.
find a
Because you deleted
random-
it deleted it off your phone. I forgot.
Sure did. Sure did.
Oops.
Hold on. Bookmarks. Here we go. Oh yeah.
Oh, what is that? That's the wrong. I just want to delete the message. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna do that, and then I want to copy link, and then
Yeah, I have two for you. Okay.
okay, I got a couple as well. So just
This is
yeah,
the
go
first
ahead.
one, and this is the second one.
Hey, baby.
Actually, I have a third one. Yes, my love.
These shears are really good.
Yeah.
They came oiled.
Then this one, I gotta copy this link. Okay, you got a few that you're sending me now.
I forgot that I had more.
All of mine this week are actually animal related. And
I
then,
might actually cut out the ones that aren't as funny. But these are all pretty funny, so I kind of like them all.
that's okay. Wait, I don't want to do that. Copy link. Okay, I got one more. We're almost there, chat. I promise. I'm so used to having everything like on my own setup and everything linked up. Okay, and now I can go into the Discord on this side and pull them up. Okay. Okay, perfect. So we'll start with one of yours. Oh, this is from Swords and Slippers. I'm actually a patron of this game.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I am a patron of this game. I get daily news about this game.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So Armor might be too hot for today, don't you think? Have a fun and relaxing National Bikini Day.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. God damn. My wife came over. She was like, "Hey, yo."
This is Snow White, by the way.
That's Snow
Yeah.
Huh?
That's Snow White.
Yeah, I said this is that Snow White game, right?
Well, yeah. Sorry, I can't.
It's Snow White, Red Riding Hood, and one other fairy tale princess. I can't remember who. Yeah, nice. Where's the hang?
Noise.
Nice. Okay, God, what is this?
Have you watched those full videos?
Huh?
Have you watched the full videos of his?
No. Oh, scared the fuck out of me.
Sorry.
Are you guys on the week now?
Huh?
Are you guys on the clips now?
Yeah.
Whoa. Make sure you show my dogs of the week.
She demands that we show the dogs of the week.
Okay, we'll do that. Okay, this is another one of yours that you just sent. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What the hell did I just see? What am I looking at? Why is this video about a ball with a face on it getting crushed by a bed of spikes end with this? Like, what do these two things have in common?
Nothing. It's just you getting got. You thought you were gonna watch a ball get exploded.
I guess so. Well, it definitely got me. Oh,
you
man.
got rickrolled, except you didn't. You got
Yeah.
bloody Asian flamed.
Okay.
Stand on the ground, jump, 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 move it all around. Jab, jab, stand on the ground, jump, 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 move it all around, jumping all around.
So this is just a montage showing like the character in the anime, along with like pictures of the horse that she's based on.
Oh, yeah. Like, that anime is actually, like... They do a ton of research for that anime to make it, like, they really try to make the girls, like, as much like the horses they're based off of in real life. Like, it's
it's really cool.
And like that, it's gone viral recently, the Umawara, or whatever,
and her zero wins.
Her zero wins. Yeah, she's like, it's like nobody dares say a single thing bad about her. She's the best horse ever. You know, she's the most inspiring horse, and she has 0 wins. But it's because like the lore of her is that she doesn't even know like what a win-loss record is. She doesn't even understand that she's like in a competition. She's just enjoys running on the track. You know.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Yeah, dude, this anime is fucking huge.
Gold Ship? Yep, this is Gold Ship.
Yeah,
I actually watched the first season of this when it came out, way back. I think I was in like high school. Because this was back when I still like regularly watched anime.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember I watched the first season of it. Like, that's a good anime.
I want to find the time to watch it at some point. Because I hear it's good.
I just don't watch anime anymore.
I don't either, but I never watch anime either, though. So honestly, like the anime that I'm looking forward to the absolute most, though, you know what it is. But I'm saying this to chat. There's an anime coming out this year that is a slice of life anime about a cute girl who can't afford her own jewelry, and so she goes out and learns geology so that she can basically create her own jewelry. So she can mine and create her own jewelry. So it's literally a slice of life anime about a cute geologist girl. And one of her like sidekicks or whatever is a literal big titty anime girl. And I'm just like, thank you. It's like every single bit about it is exactly what I want in an anime. Exactly.
God
it's like
real, and he made this for me.
Yeah, it is. It is totally he made this for me anime. It's amazing. Okay. Let me show you one of mine. So I thought, I can't believe that all mine are animal related, which is funny. So this one should have sound. So here are 4 dogs and there are 4 bulls, and the total. And watch what happens.
朝ごはんの時間です。
She said, it's breakfast hour.
準備ができました。では、どうぞ。
So she's trained the dogs to basically wait for the turtle to start eating before they get to start eating. So they can sit there.
朝ごはんの時間です。
They're just
準備がで
waiting.
きました。では、
He's just eyeing the turtle. Is like,
Yeah, he just eye the turtle.
That's funny.
Yeah. Here's a couple more of yours. Let me start over. So the year is 2096, and George Droid is heroically sacrificing himself to stop the meltdown of the worldwide vent reactor. Oh my god. I think it's
El Señor de los Memes is a great follow, by the way, if anyone doesn't know. El Señor de los Memes.
El Señor, the Mister of the memes. Well, here's the thing, though, is that you are allowed to make fun of George Floyd now. Like that's how quickly and far the paradigm has shifted already. That is not the tweet I wanted to send. There's this one. This is also one of yours.
You know anything about Dark Souls, right?
Just ate shit off a cliff, dead. No
There's
forgiveness.
several areas in Dark Souls where the water is really really shallow, so you can walk through it. But there's portions of it where it gets really deep, and it's really hard to tell when you're at those portions. And so then when you walk across the edge and you step into those portions, you just sink and just instantaneously die.
It's like falling off a cliff. Yeah. Okay, we got 3 more. This one's for me. This guy just figured out he could do something creative with a 3D printer. He printed these muscle arms, right? Actually, you don't need the sound on this. And he put it on his cats. It reminds me of those video edits where they'll edit like machine guns and muscle arms onto birds and eagles and shit.
Yeah.
He just did that in real life.
It's funny.
I'll play again because it's only 10 seconds.
It's like, amen. When he turns, it makes it extra funny. Like, and he meows. He's like, "Rah."
Man. That's a great freeze frame. And then we got this. Turn it over. Oh, what the? What a bunch of bullshit!
I'm so excited to play more of this game. I can't wait.
To play more Night Rain.
Yeah, dude, we'll play more next week for sure. I need to.
Oh my gosh. And then last one. And this, remember how I told you squirrels are adorable? For God's sakes, you don't want one as a pet?
Yeah.
This right here is why. This right here is exactly why.
Alright, corn. Ow! Fucker! Back me! You little bastard! Ay, fucker! Get off me! Ah!
Little bastard. Yeah, fucker. Get off me.
It goes out to the dogs, too. See, he threw it away.
Attack him! I'm gonna kill him right now. He just freaking attacked me. I'm killing him. Let's get here.
I'm killing him.
It comes back. It comes back. Ah, I gotta get your dog.
He's like, what do I even do?
Shoot the daggum thing!
Yeah, cat, you don't want to fuck with squirrels. Because they will fuck with you back. Like, you do not want this ball of chaos and claws and teeth running around in your house. All psycho. You just don't want it. They're absolutely adorable.
They have hands. They have hands and they have clawed hands with opposable thumbs. They don't have like paws. They have hands, chat.
Yeah.
They have hands.
So, yeah. Don't keep squirrels as pets, or you'll become this guy and his dog. Oh, man. All right, well,
Bodied. Bodied.
Bodied, yeah. He's like, shoot the damn thing. Like it escalates from like I
There
just
was
want
one
to
more I was going to send you, but I guess it didn't send.
get what is
Where
it?
did go? Fuck. It had to do with Bukele.
Oh, this one. It didn't load like an image, so I skipped it. Okay.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, there's a video attached.
Okay, so we are ready to ship them all to Paris whenever we get the green light from the French government. So he's responding to a tweet. Breaking, a designer at Paris Fashion Week made a political statement by turning his runway into tribute to illegals and violent criminals that are being held at CCOT in El Salvador.
Yeah, look at it. Just watch the video.
Oh my god, dude.
They don't have fucking Latinos, they have to get black guys.
Not only that, but they still have their hair.
Deport them, deport all of them. They're in France.
Yeah, this is in France. So this is a French person basically did this as a stunt. As like a PR stunt against the CCOT detention center in El Salvador. And Bukele, the president of El Salvador, is like, we're ready to ship them all to Paris whenever we get the green light from the French government. I love
we'll send them to
I love the fact, dude. I love the fact that we are finally like just now and like this and like maybe the last election cycle. I mean, you consider maybe AOC going back further. But like we're only just now finally entering into the era where the politicians like are aware of social media. You know what I mean? Like,
where's your Switch?
You got interrupted.
You don't know where your Switch is?
Not right now. I can find it later. Well, don't say that's crazy. You're the one that used it for your last party. We pulled it out for that.
Oh, but it should be in the top.
Well, there you go.
I only remember names at what yours was.
Okay, well, I never reconnected it, so I didn't know what the fuck it was. Don't ask me. Don't get on to me. You gonna hit me too? That's crazy. Chat, marry a man.
It's easier.
Smacking my mouth.
Yeah, so he made this say, yeah. But I love the fact that, like, with Bukele, I guess, like I said, it goes before, it goes back to AOC. But, like, now we have, like, people on the other side of the political aisle. Like, the two that come to mind, particularly Bukele and J.D. Vance. Those are the two that immediately come to mind, who are, like, active and engaged and have a good social media game. You know what I mean? Like I said, like I think I said in the last show, that I'll bet you that J.D. Vance knows what Gamergate is. You know what I mean? Like we're getting politicians. Funny how France is already a shithole, but instead of focusing to solve their own problem, they're gonna hate on countries who fix their problems. They hate the success. Yeah, pretty much. Play
that. That is a great clip.
What about the human right of?
This whole thing is about what is the it's compassion towards the guilty is cruelty towards the innocent. That's what he's the sentiment he's doing in this. But I'll play it.
What about the human right of a woman not to be raped? I mean, what about the human right of kids to play or to be free or to go to the park? And what about the human right to live, or the human right to walk in the street, right? But no, they were worried about the human rights of the killers. What about?
Yeah. Always. Yeah. Always. Yeah.
Like, it's like they're always worried about the human rights of the killers, but it's like by doing so, they are sacrificing the human rights of the victims.
Exactly. Yeah. This is a great comment too. I love this. Well, anyway.
Do you love it enough to give it a like?
Do I? Well, it'd be you liking it.
Oh yeah.
Careful. I have control over your Twitter right now.
Oh god! Oh no! Please, please.
Oh man. All right. Well, I think that's the end of the show.
Yeah.
Bukele is what we wanted Trump to be. Yeah. Honestly, I'd rather have Bukele than Trump. I would.
Yeah.
I'd rather have fucking what's the guy down in Argentina? Milei. Give me Milei, man. Oh my god, Javier Milei. Oh, give me Milei. Afuera.
Milei is such a good economist, dude.
Dude, yeah, and Argentinia's economy has improved so damn much since he became president of that country.
It's crazy.
No, not Pol Pot. Afuera guy, yeah. Afuera guy.
I want
That's
to
Milei.
make a cover. I want to make a cover of a fuck, what's her name? Of a Celia Cruz song.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking the La Negra Tiene Tumbao. I'm thinking that song, right? And then basically like make a cover of it, but about Milei, and replace every time she says azúcar, azúcar with afuera,
Afuera! Afuera! Just gotta modify the lyrics a little bit, and then just put like just Bukele propaganda over the video, and then just cover the song.
Milei.
Oh, Milei, yeah, Milei, yeah. Sorry. And there's a lot of great clips, like that clip of Milei calling like saying you never that you never give an inch of power to the shit libs, and then the reporter's like, why do you have to call them shit libs? And he goes, because they are shit. Do you know that?
I haven't seen this. Show me this. Show
You
me
haven't
this.
seen this clip? Oh my
I haven't
god.
seen this clip.
Oh my god. This is such a great clip. See if I can. Oh my god, I can't believe you've not seen this before. I think is this it? Yeah, this is it. This is it right here. Okay, you can't get shit. Okay, yeah, so just watch and read. This is glorious. Let me make sure that chat can see the subtitles. Let me get the. Let me make this so the chat can actually get an idea of what the whole thing looks like. Okay, cool. Okay.
Al zurdo de mierda no le podés dar ni un milímetro.
Pero ¿me podés definir zurdo de mierda que no
Todos
lo
los que,
entiendo?
digamos, los colectivistas, los que ponen, digamos, o sea, esa idea... A ver,
¿Por qué le pones de mierda, digamos?
Porque son una mierda.
O sea, vos mezclás-
No,
pero
pero es que si pensás,
pero
si pensás distinto te van a aniquilar. Ese es el punto. Es decir, vos al zurdo no le podés dar un milímetro, porque le das un milímetro y lo toma para destrozarte. Es decir, digamos, o sea, vos no podés negociar con el zurdo.
Left
No se
arms.
negocia. No se negocia con esa mierda, no se negocia porque te van a llevar puesto. Si tienen un golpeador que caga trompadas a la mujer, digamos, si es de ellos, ¿me entendés? Se pone el pañuelito verde y grita todo el tiempo contra el neoliberalismo, lo ocultan. ¿Me entendés? O sea, si de repente hay alguien que acosó a una periodista que acosa a otra periodista, lo ocultan. Es decir, a todos los de ellos.
Look at her, she's like terrified.
Las aberraciones la ocultan. Ahora.
Look at her face. She's like, if I don't like wave my head in agreement with this guy, he's going to punch me in the face. Like he's so mad. Like look at her, look at the way she shakes her head. Like she's afraid.
A todos los de ellos lo ocultan, todas esas aberraciones la ocultan.
It's not that she's afraid.
Ahora,
It's
si
that
vos
she
estás
doesn't have
del
anything
otro
to
lado,
fucking say.
a vos te van a
She
estropear,
knows that she's talking
te
to
van a
someone who
matar,
knows
te van a
exactly what
dar
they're talking
con
about.
lo que sea. No les importa arruinarte la vida. ¿Por qué? Porque no pensás como ellos. Y ¿sabes qué es lo bueno de todo esto? Hay algo bueno en todo esto. Porque como el error es humano, como todos nos podemos equivocar, ¿sabes qué nos obligan? Nos obligan a ser mejores. Y como estamos siendo tan mejores que ellos, como los estamos aplastando en la batalla cultural, los estamos pasando de arriba, porque no solo le ganamos en lo productivo, somos superiores moralmente, somos superiores estéticamente, somos mejores en todo. Y les duele, les duele. Entonces, como no pueden pelear con las...
I love this guy so much.
Se apalancan en el aparato represivo del Estado, poniendo torres de guita para hacernos mierda. Y aún así no pueden, tuvieron que bajar la nota, ¿Me entendés? Que están perdiendo. Están desesperados, están perdiendo la batalla cultural. Los zurdos de mierda, por primera vez se ven acorralados. Los zurdos de mierda.
That is one of my favorite clips of all time, dude. I love that guy.
How into it he gets, and he does not give a fuck. He was like, no, shut the fuck up because you're fucking wrong and you're stupid, and he just goes off on her.
Well, I
It's
love how
so
he just declares like we are morally superior to them. It's like, yes, you have to start you have to start engaging with them and getting through and just say like, no, you operate on a moral paradigm that is 100% inferior to our moral paradigm, and we are fucking better than you when it comes to morality and all this other shit. Like, you have to just start declaring it to be true. Like, the thing is, it's like the way he does it, it's actually like excellent like propaganda language. Like, you basically just declare something to be so much and so often that it just has that the public has no other choice than to accept it as truth. This is like good propaganda tactics, essentially. But it's like you have to start.
This is the same thing that the left does, but he's just basically saying like, well, you know, if you can just blankly claim that you're superior, well, fuck you.
So
I think I'm superior.
Yeah, so can
and
I.
I have just a right, says you.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Exactly, and he
on top of being
recognizes
superior
it.
morally, I'm also superior economically. I'm superior in this. I'm superior in that. And sorry, but you're just like, it's like everything that you're trying to win at, you are failing at, and you're losing the cultural battle.
Well, you see this like
Everyone
even
can see that you suck. You're shit.
Mm-hmm. And you can see this even it's happening in the UK right now too, even where like the what's her name, Rachel Reeves. I don't know if it was Rachel Reeves, but like the economic minister essentially, which is like one of Keir Starmer's right hand people or whatever you want to call him, like was literally crying on the front bench of Parliament as she was getting chastised by the fucking leader of the Conservative Party of all fucking people, you know, but. They basically realizing is that like we have like, and this is kind of like Carl Benjamin has kind of said this. I'm kind of regurgitating what he's saying, but I think he's absolutely right on here. But it's like we have or are very close to reaching the end of like this neoliberal paradigm that has been plaguing us literally since like the end of the Second World War, you know. But it was made especially true after the Cold War, and especially true after 9/11, right? And we're at a point now where we're reaching the end game of that paradigm, and all of the proponents of that paradigm see everything collapsing around them, and they have nothing. They have nothing, right? And that's basically where we're headed right now. And you love to see it. You love to see it. I really hope I do get to like legitimately live through the transition out of the neoliberal paradigm that I have been living in my whole fucking cursed life. You know, this paradigm where we're not just like blindly loyal to Israel, where we don't blindly get involved in Middle East wars, where we don't, you know, just blindly do the shit that we've been doing for the last several decades because that's what boomers do. You know, we're getting out of that, and I can't fucking wait. No, I mean the conservatives. It was Kemi Badenoch, Deku. It was Kemi Badenoch. It was absolutely laying into, and to her credit, she did a damn good job of laying into the Starmer government, Deku. You should watch it. But anyway, we have guests coming over in like an hour or so, maybe even less. So we
2 hours,
yeah, we need to get ready for that. So we're going to get out of here. I really hope you enjoy the show. It's been really fun broadcasting live. This is probably I'm probably going to hang out with Rosa tomorrow during the planning stream. But I won't be here like the whole time. I'll just kind of hang out and chat and stuff like that. But this was like the big thing. Honestly, this was like the real big thing that was happening this weekend was this in live version of the show, which was a ton of fun. So I will be back streaming either Tuesday or I played it again. Either Tuesday or Wednesday.
By the way, zurdo just means it just means left-handed, or lefty. Like zurdo, a la zurda just means left.
Right. Well, that's what he's saying. He's saying
right?
left hard.
Like to the left. No, he's not. He's just saying zurdo, which is just someone on the left.
Oh, so it's embellishing a little bit here. I was gonna say, like, I doubt left hard translates into any other language.
A lot of the translation was wrong.
Oh, really?
Like, Yeah, because he was just saying leftists, not leftards. He wasn't saying inches. He was saying millimeters.
Okay.
And
Okay,
there were
so
several other mistranslations in there, but the sentiment is the same.
Okay. So it's like a localization. Ugh. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get out of here. But what do you got going on besides the planning stream? You know, next week?
Tomorrow?
No, just coming up in this next week.
Oh, just next week. We should do D&D on Monday.
There you go.
So there's that, and then we have I don't know yet. More Bible reading, probably more Oblivion. Finally gonna do the actual. I think we do the arena, and then we're gonna do the Oblivion Gates. Probably more Night Rain, even though you guys don't like it, because I like it. Go fuck yourself. And it's pretty much it. I might finally do the foot exfoliation stream. Just get that out of the way. I think while I'm reading the Bible, I'm gonna try to do get other things off the list as well. Just because the Bible's very much like a just a few hours in the morning thing. I can't just sit there and read the Bible all day.
Right.
Well, I can, but I would want to shoot myself.
You need to take breaks. I mean, even like Christians like only read like a few verses, maybe like half a chapter, maybe a chapter at most a day. So
who knows? Maybe I'll do a session where I just sit there and just read the Bible for 8 hours. Who knows? We'll do a full shift Bible reading stream. All right, we'll put our little pastor's robes and we'll be like, "Yep, this is my job. I do it for 8 hours a day," and we'll try for a day and see how that goes.
The ordained goth girl. I like the Night Rains too, but that's usually because like Night Rains is basically just chilling out with friends. It's really what it is, which is why it's like not a lot of chatting going on, because it's just like it's just hanging out with your friends. That's the vibe of the Night Rain streams. But anyway, let's get the hell out of here.
Alrighty, chat. Don't forget to go fuck yourselves. It's healthy.
Watch is yours as always. Take care, chat. See ya.
Bye. Oh, that's like the Ginny one.
Oh.
You put on. Wow.
There you go.
There you go.